Alright, give me 1 second. I'm doing my morning routine at like super fast speed. Hang on. Yeah, Kevin, I know I'm slow. Alright, sorry about the delay, everybody. I wasn't feeling so good last night, and for the first time in, shit, probably about 4 or 5 years, I actually overslept. And that's, like, rare, so I feel weird. Like, I slept through all my alarms. I used 3, by the way. Just slept through them. So, like, Um, but good to see all of you. Thanks for still filtering in. That's actually a super feel-good thing. Seeing people in the chat, even with me not live yet. That was great. But it's Tuesday, in it? Yeah, Control. Yeah, it is. Hey, Pupty, Priz, Brendan, and no, Pupty, for once I wasn't listening to the song. How you doing? Itsukato, Cheeky, hope you're well. Brucey, New Mexican, Arconia, Dex, Archimedes Shadow, Pointy Toes, Dave Bowling, J-Bridge, Bob the Blueprint, Reckless Monster, Natas, Good Wolf, Kirk, Sen, Foster. That is a feel-good, that is a feel-good story, if that's something you did. Yasha, and only 3 alarms, lucky. I used to be a very light sleeper earlier in life, and now I'm a somewhat heavy sleeper. I guess this is just that getting worse. I don't need to apologize, I need to sleep. Hope you're feeling better. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Feeling a lot better. I said 5 minutes apart with 1 minute snoozes. I have 3, all 15 minutes apart. Normally that's enough. I guess I need more now. But yeah, let's warm up with some more Dreadwind C50 Intense, as one does, because it's fun. And then we'll do some money farming. Oh, side note, thank you all for hanging out for all the additional ads throughout July. I did complete that incentive, so we'll be going back to like normal amount. So instead of 3 minutes every hour, it'll be 30 seconds every hour. So for the non-sub viewers, there you go. Thanks for sticking that out. I got another offer for August, but the money was shit, so I rejected it. So, normal ads for August as well. Hey, Good Wolf, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Trying to break me again. I appreciate it. Thank you. Morning Talk. Morning Grasshopper. Anything that involves me getting out of bed before 8 is doomed to failure. Before 9 is still a struggle. I'm usually up and about in the 8 range. Because, like, my first alarm's 8:30, second one is 8:45, third one is 9 o'clock. If I'm up after 9, then something went wrong. But today I slept till 9:30, which is not normal for me. How's my inventory? I picked up this Whatnot, because it's a ×2, and it was in a vendor, and I was like, fuck it. Because there's a bug that I want to test, that someone was reporting. Someone was saying that, they had a Furior Fealty Oath that was giving them mag size without it having mag size on it. So I want to test that. Twitch been messing up video and audio sync for anyone else. It's happened to me quite a bit recently across channels. That's happened to me. I wouldn't say often, but it has happened to me. Hate when a product that can sell out is announced, the actual time for its release is announced. In other words, appear refreshing the Fangamer site every half an hour. I need that Hades merch. Hey, Amber. I want it as well, but I know it's gonna sell out, so I'm just gonna wait for like a second wave. My game's gotta wake up as well, I see. Refreshing since I woke up. It is super cute. I do want to expand my collection of nerd merch. It's something I've wanted to do for years. I'm not a person, I don't have that many like actual material possessions. In fact, most of the nerd merch I own is shit that 2K sent me for this game. But I've wanted a bigger collection for a while. Hey CZ, how you doing? I own many Harry Potter wands. That's cool. I had some Pokemon plushes before the last time I moved. I wasn't able to take them with me, so I no longer have those. Jake, you good, homie? Wang in the eye. Billionaire warning check. Yeah, this is the warm-up run on Dreadwind, and then we're gonna switch to From the Shadows. And yeah, Jake. Yeah. Yeah. Morning, Jules. How are you? Hey, Pragmatic. Good to see you. I love the flow of this setup. Like, being able to do short Dreadwinds because of debuffs is really, really nice, actually. Like, I get some value out of the longer ones because of my Ward enchant. But the more I think about it, the more I might go for the healing there instead of the damage, and just do the shorter ones. Because, like, the Dreadwind enchant on Ward is good against bosses, but I'd say that's where Dreadwind needs the least help, which is a cool sentence. Because if you've not seen this against Bark or Bunny, it's hilarious. It bullies them brutally. It's not the duration, it's the intensity. I get it. Uh-huh. Subtext. Subtext. I understood that joke. You gotta go with the flow. I got a lot, but I want a lot more. A small bookcase full of figures from different movies and anime. I got a decent amount of Funkos. Got a few plushies, even a Gengar my mother made for my birthday. Oh, that's great. 25 to 40 of my clothes are anime or game related. Yeah, basically I had a lot more nerd merch about 4 years ago, and then I moved, like, across states very suddenly, and I took, like, almost nothing with me. I brought my computer, like a backpack of clothes, and my cats. That's it. So, like, I had more, but I don't anymore. And I just kind of never replaced it. But I've been working on that. What a full-size Midnight Lycanroc plushie. That'd be so cool. A lot of anime merch I want to get, only issues being a bit too broke. Nerd merch is expensive. Anything nerd related. Think about how expensive our hobbies are. It's fucking wild. Want a full-size Quag plushie? No, you don't. It's not allowed. That's illegal. Because they know what? We have no self-control. We'll pay it. True. Morning, Jester. Got a new puppy recently, a black Labradoodle. She's 13 weeks. She seems to love my stuffed Pikachu quite a lot. Aw, that's great. I had a stuffed Pikachu grown up. I can relate. Full-size Quag Chop standee. I just want to point out how ridiculous the amount of damage formula we have in this setup is. That with no gun damage bonuses, these blue ×1 non-chaotic Fear Not Shrikes, not Pixies, Shrikes, are able to kill elite rooms at C50. Like, if I threw enough of them, they'd be killing. Because damage formula. So once again, proof that having the biggest number is far less important than having the right thing. Really quite late to the party, but really late to the party, but Ruby Spike plus Marble is quite funny. Yeah, it's just kind of, hey, would you like this map to be clear? Okay, it's clear now. Enjoy. It's, Barbaload is crazy, Ruby Spite is crazy, putting them together is super crazy. How you doing, Moveface? Got my Dreadwind Hammer Zerk to C35 yesterday? Yo, that's big progress, Irish. Good job. Good job. We're on Spore for the extra room clear overkill. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll definitely do it. I have some shirts and hoodies about Marvel that I bought from normal clothing stores. Not many merch stores in my area, and online stores are expensive. Yeah, I have a couple, like, comic character shirts, and a couple Star Wars shirts. Years ago, back in the time when people went to malls regularly, I had a Batman shirt, a Black Panther shirt that looked like a Batman shirt. A few others too. Nerd stuff is fun. Can't do shit to bosses. Kill an ad first. Tasers, Inflammation, Executioner's Blade, my room's built now. Ooh, nice. Malls, yeah. Emotional damage. Hey, loading screen. Hey, Roddy. How you doing? Okay, that chain of dead enemies there, that was Contagion. If anyone's doubting the power of Contagion or downplaying it, that was Contagion. We just hit so many times with Alchemical Agent from Dreadwind that enemies on the other side of the room started dying from Contagion. Like, that's so efficient. Think about it, Dreadwind hits 4 times a second. And with my current stats, at a crit chance of 30.5%. So, on average, we're getting 1 to 2 crits a second per enemy. If I'm Dreadwinding in the middle of 4 enemies, I could get up to 16 crits in a second. And each of those crits applies Alchemical Agent. And then for each Alchemical Agent I'm applying, I have a 24% chance for it to spread to another nearby enemy. And since I'm hitting multiple enemies at once, in that theoretical example I'm hitting 4, 24% contagion means I very frequently am getting 1 contagion spread per revolution. Theoretically. Sometimes more, sometimes less, because, you know, theoretical math be like. So, like, that's crazy. That might not sound ridiculous, but that is bonkers batshit efficient. Dreadwind is so good with Alchemical Agent. Stabotree is just filler and then fantastic stuff. It really is. I still think that Stabomancer tree is the second worst skill tree in the game. Just straight up. It is. Only beat out in mediocrity by the Spore Warden tree. But, like, this column and the action skills just completely carry it. It's wild. Cats being crazy? Yeah, they do that. Second comes right after first. Yes. Hey, Kumers, how you doing? I want a burrito, but I don't have a burrito. Oh, that's a relatable problem. I could go for a burrito as well. Some steak, some rice, some black beans, pico. Yeah. Yeah. I can go for that. Let's go to the mall. Oh no, that song's gonna be stuck in my head all day now. Hated having to go to the mall, never wanted them to fail so hard. Going to the mall was my childhood. And like... So you guys know I'm a nerdy kid, but one of my pastimes as a teenager was... Y'all remember Borders, the bookstore? Well, a mall near me had a Borders in it, so my summers as a teenager, I would just spend a lot of time just hanging out in the bookstore. Because I'm a fucking nerd. It was part of my formative years. I miss it. Don't tell Yepsock you'll never hear the end of books. Book chick. The soccer part is false advertising. Borders was the shit. Stone Swan gets it. Borders was great. The fucking bookstore that also sold board games, music, and had a coffee shop in it. Like, hello? 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 How long does 30% damage last under the 50% health enchant? As long as you're under 50% health. Ow, it stays on. We have Barnes & Noble. Barnes & Noble's still around. Good for them. Good for them. Jealous of yours in the mall as a standalone. They're both until Borders failed because they let people free read you. They did really just let you vibe in there for like hours. This amalgam's trying. Melee crit chance, melee damage, all damage. But the companion damage is a dead stat, the ability crit chance is a dead stat. It tried though. So let's bully some raid bosses, then we'll be fully warmed up. The Banshee's a featured run boss, Blinders refused to give me good Banshees. I had such little luck in that week we had Banshee in the featured Urban Mech. I'm still gutted that they didn't put the Banshee in the vendor. They put the Twin Soul in instead. Like, Twin Soul's good, but I want Banshees. Okay, time to bully the bunny. Okay. I don't like malls much because I'm antisocial. I don't love crowds, so I get it. I do. didn't get the one spin. I'm a failure. I'm a failure. Sandman hype? Ooh, yeah, that's in like a week or two, right? Hey, Glenny, how you doing? Reload the books and Gaiman's coroning the show. I'm really excited. Yeah, I follow him on Twitter. He's been like super hyped about it, which is always a good sign. When you have the creator of something really excited for an adaptation, that's a good sign. Gotta go later. Take it easy, New Maxima. You just got a random pickaxe in the vendor. Shame it's a low swing speed. You watch The Boys? No. Still haven't. I still haven't. It's been on my to-watch list for, like, 3.5 years now. I haven't. Evan, what's up? What do you want? What are you meowing at? Cat. Yeah, you. What? Seen Red Invincible? Yes to both. Yes to both. I watched the first season of the show and I liked it so much that I went and binged the entire comic. Yeah. Doing yourself a huge disservice, as I often do. Watch The Boys. Okay, okay. TV's on a roll this summer. Orville's been fantastic. Westworld's been good. Raw Mankind is gripping. Got a new episode of something every night. I still am behind on Westworld. I never watched season 3, so obviously I can't watch season 4 yet. I never got into the Orville, but, like, I like Seth MacFarlane, so I want to like it. One Piece is still going. One Piece will be going when I'm dead. The heat death of the planet will happen, and then the next episode of One Piece will drop. Better Call Saul? I've heard Better Call Saul has just somehow continued to get even better. Still need to see season 4 of Stranger Things, and I'm pretty pumped for House of the Dragon. House of the Dragon's one of those things I'm probably going to watch with absolutely zero hype going into it, because I honestly just don't care. Like, it's not like I'm one of those Game of Thrones fans who got really turned off by the show. It's sort of true, but I didn't get into the show until season 7. So like I started watching during season 7, and then I went back and caught up while that was airing, and then I watched through as it released for the rest. So like the degradation of quality didn't hit me as hard as some other people. I'm not interested enough to really want to consume more content. I'll probably do it anyway, though. Just there for the dragons, that's fair. Stranger Things, I watched the first season and was like, oh, yeah, this is fine. And I did not care enough to watch more. Like, at the time, season 2 was new, and I just didn't care to watch more. Didn't grab me. But I've heard good things about season 4. Rings of Power looks like it could be good. I've only glanced at that, but from what I saw of like the one trailer I looked at briefly as I scrolled past it on Twitter, it does look pretty interesting. I might have to watch that. Primordial Banshee with no hilt mod. Love to see it. Season 2 is the worst season. It's not bad, but it's meh. Other seasons are amazing. Yeah, I've only seen the first one. I probably won't change that anytime soon. Just doesn't quite grab me. Does fire affect thrown weapons? Wondering if there's a way to stack the bolts faster. I'm probably not the person to ask about that. In BL3 it did. I don't know if that's a feature that carried over. I just remembered that Bleach 1000 Year Blood War anime is in like fucking 3 months. Less. Like 2 months. I'm smiling now. For anyone who doesn't know, the Bleach anime was cancelled 10 years ago. Before the final arc was, you know, adapted. It was just cancelled. 10 years ago. And they're finishing it. Will they fix the ending? Okay, so here's the thing, son. There's nothing wrong with the ending. I've been telling the same thing to Attack on Titan fans. And Dragon Ball Super fans. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm so excited. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Some of those moments animated are gonna be unfucking real. Attack on Titan had a decent enough ending, just already saw that in Code Geass. I still think they're distinct. I don't want to get like too specific for anyone who's, you know, the anime watcher for Attack on Titan, but like I have a totally different interpretation of the context of the ending than that. More storytellers need the narrative cojones to make their protagonist the villain and fucking own it. Just own it. Like, there's certainly the subtext of, oh, doing it to protect loved ones. No, that's a convenient excuse. because there's a much louder subtext of, hey, I've always been like this. Literal words from the character. Cough, Anakin cough, yeah. He's always been angry boy. The literal first chronological thing we see of him in the first season is him viciously murdering people with a knife as a child. Now granted, those were not good people, but they've been sending up red flags since the start of that series. They're emotionally checked out in like episode 7 or something. You see, yeah, the first 2 seasons of that show are a prologue. And then in the second season, you're like, oh, hang on, this has some emotional weight. And then the third season, late season 3, is when you get to the real show. And it's like, okay, you're all caught up, you understand the characters, the world. Alright, let me tell you what's actually happening here. And that's when they really get into the makes you think about it morality shit. Show goes hard. It really does. It also does a couple things that I want to see in more media in general. Now maybe this is because like my brother's into that shit and I've absorbed it by osmosis, but like cinematography does a lot for your storytelling. And there's not a lot of anime and even like other stuff that actually tries in that department these days, unless it's like an Oscar bait film or like a film festival film. But they'll casually just have, like, really good, lack of a better term, camera work in at least Season 4 of Attack on Titan. Like, some pretty iconic shots. I like it. And not just stuff that came from the manga. We're going super nerdy today. Wait for Yamamoto's big fight in Thousand Year Blood War. Only concerns the last fight I was this excited to see animated was Melodius versus Escanor in Seven Deadly Sins. Season 3 we saw that one. I never got into that series in particular. I'm excited for the Yamamoto fight. I'm excited for Cat Lady Waifu. Saw people posting thirsty shit about that on Twitter. They all need to be bonked. It's kind of morbid, but I'm excited for that Byakuya thing. I want to see how that pans out, excuse me. Urahara, yeah. Oh yeah, they're gonna have to get a different voice actor for him for the dub, because the English voice actor passed away a couple years ago. Kenpachi animated? Yeah, that's gonna be crazy. And like, they don't have to do what the Bleach anime did for the years it was running, where they just have lots and lots of filler. They don't have to do a single bit, because the shit they're adapting has been you know, done for like 6 years. So unless they start adapting the new stuff, like the Hell arc, which I don't remember if it's actually done or if they said they were gonna do more based on that or not. They don't have to do any filler. So like actual just quality content. Which actor? I don't remember the name, but the English voice actor for Urahara. He passed away a couple years ago. Actually, that's something I've noticed. There's been a lot of just tragic losses in the voice acting community over about the last 4 years or so. Rough to watch. Can't wait for all of it. All the Stern Ritters and all new never animated Bankais, new Hollow Form. Really can't wait how they will animate Daddy's Power. Sorry, I know you didn't type that, but I'm just beating Twitter to it. That's all I'm doing. I think the very end of the Bleach manga was a bit rushed. Kind of felt like Kubo was trying to finish the series with deadline given to him rather than the pace he wanted it to go. Hopefully it doesn't carry over. I didn't really get that vibe, honestly. Like, there were a couple of plot threads that just kind of were set up that didn't actually amount to anything. I'll agree with you there. But I don't know, the only place I really feel like that was everything involving Zero Squad. I was like, why is this... We could just focus on the other shit. But then, like, the rest of it I thought was fine, personally. No, I was too close. Sorry for the flashbang. Did I kill it? I think I killed it. Or I didn't. Either way, we'll find out. This is what happens when I don't pay attention. We'll go for the money farming after this run so I can actually, like, talk. I don't care if it's filler, I want to see Aizen's Bankai. I think it's good storytelling that we don't, because it's a very important bit of the story that Aizen was fucking with everybody the entire time, all the way to the end. At no point was Aizen taking anybody seriously. And that's what makes him a terrifying villain, because the dude literally just trolled his way through the series. He just didn't give a fuck. Aizen's the ultimate Giga Chad? It really is. It's kind of nuts. Man, I'm going into a lot of death spells today. Not my finest moment. What is there to do on endgame in this game? Is it worth picking up? For me, it is definitely worth the time, Muscle Nerd. What I'm doing right now is this week's featured run in the Chaos Chamber. This game's endgame content is filtered through the lens of the Chaos Chamber. So you'll have some people water that down to, it's all just Chaos Chamber. But Chaos Chamber is about 5 other activities in a fucking clown car. It's a randomizer dungeon. It's also got fixed options for a 1-week basis at a time. They rotate out one each week, and that's the featured run. Currently, the featured this week is good for money farming. I'm just warming up using one of my other builds, but we're going to be farming some money within that. Effectively, it's a dungeon with, if you have currently available DLC, 14 different bosses, 4 raid bosses, lots of mini bosses, and 50-something, I think we're in the 60s with DLC rooms, actually. Just rooms full of different types of enemies with different bonus objectives and stuff. And it's a dungeon crawl. You customize your difficulty with not only the in-game difficulty slider, but also your chaos tier, of which there are 50. And then you can also elite rooms to make them harder. You can take curses to make it harder. Very customizable difficulty. So if you like the build crafting side of the Borderlands games, with like the dungeon crawling side of the Diablo games, then this game's right up your alley. Morning, Zank. How you doing? Finally completed a Chaos 50 run yesterday. Feels so good. Let's fucking go. Good job. Got some fast approaching deadlines for work, so I'll be a lurky boy today. Sounds good, Dex. YouTube series called Death Battle, where they pit Aizen against Madara. That's a fun watch. Good villains. Good villains. Like playing Diablo with guns? Well, this is the most Diablo with guns you've seen. Yeah. Hey, Rabbit. How you doing? Also, like to see more with Yamamoto's Bankai built up. What happens that it's never used again. They kind of sort of attempt to take care of that by saying, like, yeah, he just kind of ends the world if he leaves it on too long. Like, literally, this character is so absurdly powerful that it's stated, if he uses his full power for too long, he will accidentally kill all of humanity. And this is a good guy, so that's why he's not using it. How much just went on the planet side? Nice. There are guns in this game? The stream misleads me. Allegedly. J-Bridge. We can't prove that there are. Morning, Milk Blizzard. How you doing? Does bonus elements proc awe? No. No. Bonus elements do not proc awe, and that's a good thing, because A, it preserves some interactivity. It means that awe is something you need to actively maintain with your choices in your gameplay. And B, if bonus elements did proc things, we'd have cursed things like Buffmeister triggering Double Knot. And I don't think we want that. Thing happens, and you not have had any hesitation about it in the world. I just felt like they made a point of it happening and never did anything with it. That's fair. They can definitely change the context around the scenario with the anime adaptation. So, that's something to look forward to. Really, Bark? That's rude. Well, I was gonna go for the one spin on Bark, but he just kind of, like, dodged the whole time. So that happened. I don't know which sick person programmed Bark to back up when you're in Dreadwind. But, like, okay. It was the third technique of Yama's Bankai way cooler than the fourth. It was. Bark is a raid boss isn't supposed to be rude. You're not incorrect. That's fair. But, like, Bark does this thing where it backs up when you're in from the shadows. It just kind of avoids you. It's like, I don't know what the fuck to do. And that makes perfect sense. But Dreadwind? Shouldn't it be like, I got this? Seems too easy. One more claw question. Does Storm Dragon Judgment deal melee or ability damage if it hits in flight on the way out or back? When it's moving at all, it's melee. So you can get up to 3 melee hits from it. You can get 1 on the way there, 1 when it impacts, and then 1 on the way back. So depending on your placement, you can get 3 melee hits. Pure Sword melee builds in this game, you can absolutely do that. This build is one of my 3 different flavors of melee build. I'm about to switch to another one after this run for some light farming. But you can do melee in a bunch of different ways. Now, the game kind of gives you strong incentive to mix in other things, like a little bit of spell casting, a little bit of gun stuff for debuffing purposes and buffing purposes. But generally the way I play this game is most of my damage is coming from either a melee action skill or my actual melee keybind. That's how I like to play, and it's fully viable. I do the hardest content on the hardest difficulty with melee. How's it hold up at C50? I'm still leveling. Storm Dragon's Judgment is just kind of like okay at C50. Out of the melee action skills, it's not the weakest, because that distinction goes to Cleansing Flames. But I would say it's weaker than both Dreadwind and Ghostblade. Hi, Pupty. Good to see ya. What I love about Wonderlands allows you to play however you want. Not a melee fan, but my son is. Caters for us both. Yeah, more options for more people. Love to see it. That's something this game does very well. Another reason was Yama didn't use it because he couldn't handle flames himself because they're too strong. Thing with that, though, is we already know that he doesn't give a fuck if he gets injured. Like, he just kind of casually is like, I don't need hands. Honestly found it really interesting that Isaac of all people said that Yamamoto has the strongest unblock though. Well, strength is a big thing with Aizen, and that, like, plays a big role in the plans he makes, because he has to account for people's strengths. So, like... yeah, it makes sense to me. Back from getting some groceries, so hot out, so painful. Hope today treated you a bit better. Thanks. Yeah, I hope so too. I did not feel well yesterday. Just like a lot of body failing shit. So I needed extra rest. That's why I ended up oversleeping today. But I feel a lot better today. Feel a lot better. So hopefully that persists throughout the day. Storm Dragon Judgment, easy actions, start product, pick up trash mobs. Yeah. It's still really fun as well, and you can build around it to make it viable. It's just I wouldn't put it on the level of Ghostblade and Dreadwind. Those being melee action skills that The big difference is Storm Dragon's Judgment has a fixed damage value. It does not go up with your equipped melee weapon. Whereas Ghostblade and Dreadwind do. That's what keeps them viable, because you can upgrade your gear to make it better. Whereas with Storm Dragon's Judgment, the only way you can upgrade your gear to make it better is by giving it more damage formula and more class power. So eventually that puts you in the position of needing to do the spell damage conversion stuff if you're being optimal, and that just isn't fun to me. Cleansing Flames kills all bosses in one shot. I'll let you believe that. Okay, we money farm now. So we got 401.6 mil. For a second, that was a Stab-O-Matic in the vending machine, and I was like, hang on, that's not a thing. It's disturbing. Bodies are great. They're either good at feeling good or good at feeling horrible. If I just slip in a bit more, never hesitate if you ever need to. Understand whoever doesn't can fight me in the alley at 10 a.m. Buffy's a real one. You hear that, chat? On behalf of the Chronic Pain Guild, PUBG will shiv you in an alley at 10 a.m. Cleansing Flame's still weak. Can't remember a patch note recently saying they buffed it. They've buffed it once. It's still weak. It's a lot less weak than it was now that you can give it, now that it's fire instead of non-Ellie. It benefits from Dragon Aura, among many other things. So you can put a lot more into it than you could. Unfortunately, the change does mean that it now is penalized by soak, so that does limit some options. You'd have to use a Diamond Guard sword to get it to an element where it can benefit from soak. So it's weak, but like it has improved. Would you recommend for someone who's a Stab-O-Mancer and doesn't want to use melee endgame to reach Chaos 50? You can do gun builds on a Stab-O-Mancer. My gun build that I've not touched in quite some time is a Stabos or Warden. Can use any kind of gun I want to. Stabo Berserker is a really good gun build option as a Stabo spell shot. Because this action skill right here, from the shadows, this works for any type of damage. So gun builds, melee builds, spell builds, it's relevant to all of them. So you can just use this and then use guns that have effects that happen on crits, such as the headcannon pistol is extremely good with From the Shadows because you get its effect on every single shot, which is stupid strong. So build around that. Oh wait, hang on. I've the gold bug. Okay, how did we fix this again? Save quit. And if I assume right, Feral Surge is still confused about what it wants to actually do. Yeah, Feral Surge has not received any changes, which is interesting. Like, you can use it for the execute thing, but then you're just, like, withholding your action skill. You can use it to engage, but then you're not having it for the execute. So it's a little confused, yeah. What are you murdering mimics with now? Pickaxe for money. Now if I kill this with that, and now I pickaxe. Yeah, there we go. That fixes it. Yeah, so you just need your first kill to not involve your pickaxe to avoid the bug. Thank you to Brendan for the testing there. Can you make Cleansing Flames viable at C50 at all, fully optimized? At C35, with like very, very high-end gear, I was able to make it mob well enough. Like, on non-elite rooms, you could get to the point where it was almost one-shotting everything. So with perfect gear, you could probably get it to a point where it's one-shotting everything on C35. Now, I don't know if that holds up on C50. I do not know. You probably have to use every dirty trick in the book, such as the Forbidden Spell, to get it to hold up well on C50. Probably. Completely contradictory with the class feed, almost feels like it wasn't meant to be on Berserker, just theme-wise didn't fit elsewhere. I kinda see what you mean there. Yeah, who else would have even had Feral Surge? I guess you could have put it on Clawbringer, but then it wouldn't make sense for Berserker to have Storm Dragon's Judgment. Cleansing Flames wouldn't have quite fit, but they could have retooled that to be, like, Cleansing Frost. Or some shit. Yeah, Feral Surge is an oddball. Because it's even weak among the ability damage scaling action skills. If you look at the action skills in this game that deal ability damage, that have their source set to ability, that's Blizzard, Barrage, Feral Surge, Dire Sacrifice. All of those are on the weaker side. Now, notably, Dreadwind gets ability scaling, but that's secondary ability scaling. It is first and foremost melee, which is what makes it strong. Talk about the big hot BM. You know me, Stump. The Forbidden Spell, Buffmeister, safe and sane. Generally, in the theory crafting community, Buffmeister is avoided because of its ability to just dumb down gameplay. It doesn't add anything in terms of interest or value in a build. It is simply a big number, so you don't have to optimize. And for someone who consumes the game the way I do, that is removal of gameplay. That is removal of incentive. That is removal of my enjoyment. It's stupid, it's overpowered, and it's not fun. Because there's less achievement in making a build work if you just press the I win button. Ever do your white item Forbidden Spell build? I wasn't gonna do Forbidden Spell on the white items. I was just gonna do pure white items, like a white rarity Ice Spike is the plan for that. But I haven't done it yet. Feral Surge should be an initiator, not a finisher. They could make it do both. I still think that a way to fix that with Feral Surge is give it a second charge. If it has two charges, you can use one to engage and one to execute. Just a thought. You explained the melee concept hits enchantment. Can you truly not miss or shoot in between swings? So you can miss, you can shoot in between swings. Each stack of it is 5 seconds long. So hitting with a melee attack adds 1 stack. And you can have 5 of them.
It's just a stacking effect. The consecutive part isn't necessarily true, it's just they have a short duration. So if you want to stack it, you could swing a lot very quickly. Oh, connection? You good? Must be the heat. How hot is it today? Oh, it's only 80. Weird. Looking at 50% damage versus boss enchant for Dreadwind. It is very impactful. Class-specific enchants are a pain. Yeah. Especially in the melee weapon slot, because that's like the only good one. Because Spell Shot has one that's like, get a portion of your ammo in your mag back on a melee kill. And then Spore Warden has a bad version of ASA Frost that requires Blizzard. Like, Clawbringer has a Storm Dragon's Judgment melee one. None of those are good. The Dreadwind enchant is like the only good class-specific one for that slot. These up rates. I would love that. And that's something that I wish the community was, you know, persistent in talking about. Because remember Moon Orb bricking? Remember how much people talked about that? Well, those people have moved on to wanting other people to have their difficulty options removed, rather than talking about persistent issues like enchantment rerolling. What we as the community talk about matters. Guess they Diablo 3, 3 options on each reroll. That would be great. For anyone who's not played that particular game, the way Diablo 3's rerolling mechanic works is it's not just like for one slot. You choose one aspect of the item to reroll, but let's throw that part out for now. It gives you a choice between the role you already have and 2 others. Simple as that. Were no one's weighted in BL3? Yes. Enemies? Mod check. It's pretty chill. I think we'll grind out to 500 mil, then take a break. Do like you don't have to take the enchantment rerolling, keeping what you have until getting what you're after. Yeah, unfortunately there's no protection against getting the same roll twice in a row, or 3 times in a row, or 7 times in a row. Hi, it's me, I'm unlucky. Hi, unlucky, I'm Sen. Good to meet you, Sen. Still take ages, but still make it less painful to spend 4k to roll companion damage 2 to 3 times in a row. Yeah, it's... Yeah. So depending on how much I procrastinate the money farming today to play Dreadwind, because Dreadwind is fun. Depending on how much I do that, we might have a lot to grind out, like, tomorrow and the following day. Because when I'm farming this, optimal, actually focusing, paying close attention, I can get this up to about 2 mil a minute, but I'm obviously not going that fast. Playing that optimally is exhausting. It limits my ability to interact with chat and also enjoy myself. It's always felt to me like getting the same enchant multiple times in a row happens way more than it should be statistically likely. It does feel that way at times. There's no proof of there being any, like, system in place to cause that, but I've had that feeling as well. Hey, Kevin. Hey, Shiner. How you doing? This may be a dumb question, feel dumb or not asking. When running an Ambi-Hex Deadshot build, do I have to worry about ability damage because I'm using spells? Secondly, what exactly is ability damage? So, ability damage is... Think of it like melee damage, or gun damage, or spell damage. It is a category. So, see Feral Surge here? It says, the Fate Maker leaps towards its target, dealing frost ability damage to all nearby enemies. It is just another type. So things will tell you when they are ability damage. Spell Shot has absolutely 0 ways of dealing ability damage. Graveborn deals ability damage through Dire Sacrifice, Dark Hydras, and Blast Gasp. So, if you have Blast Gasp, then ability damage helps that. But that is the only thing in your setup that will be assisted by that of real note. It won't affect your spells directly because they are spells, not ability. So depending on what you have on your gear, it could be worthwhile to get like an ability damage ring, or use a Warp Paradigm converting spell into ability, for Blast Gas purposes. But other than that, it's not a stat you need to worry about. 2 of the 6 classes have 0 interactions with ability damage at all, those being Spell Shot and Sabomancer. It's the least common damage type of the like main stat ones in the game. You don't really need to worry about it. Thank you for the show, I appreciate it. Happy to do it. And not a dumb question at all. It's a good question. So yeah, we should break that 500 mil within the hour, I think. Then we'll break for some more Dreadwind stuff, I think. I keep an ability damage ring on my Ambihex Deadshot just for Blast Gas to make those peaks a bit higher. Yeah, I do the same. Not necessarily mathematically optimal, because as much as it makes sense to do that, spell damage being able to be converted into so many different things in this game is just a headache and leads to less depth rather than more. It's frustrating. It's annoying. I don't like it. But yeah, it's an avenue you can take. Morning, Raider. I'd be consider the best subclass to pair with Graveborn, lean towards Companions only, like use my weapons more. I'm glad you used the quotes around best. Good placement of those. So, if you want to do gun stuff, then you're likely looking in the direction of Spell Shot. Graveborn itself does not provide much to the area of guns. So you're going to want a real specialist with guns that can also just do some complementary things. You're probably looking at Deadshot being a multi-class. That's Spellshot Graveborn for that. For companions, you could do Deadshot, you could do Morticulturalist, which is Spore Warden. You could do Gloombringer, which is Clawbringer. But I'd say the most natural pairing with Graveborn of all the classes is going to be Spell Shot. They have in common that they are the best at providing spell damage, which, as I mentioned a minute ago, there's lots of ways in this game for you to convert spell damage and apply it to just things it has no business being applied to. So you can just kind of go from the base of, hey, I have a lot of spell damage, and then turn that into whatever kind of build you want. But not only does Spell Shot have the most spell damage, it also just has the most gun damage. Can I tell if you have Money Bug, just lower money pickups? Yeah, they'll pick up for 3. Like 3 instead of 1,500. Kurt. Like that, 300, 3. So I do have to occasionally glance at my money pickups, but yeah. I don't know if you guys caught that there, but that was Inflammation being goated. The on-deck explosion from Inflammation spread to an enemy and instantly did Executioner's Blade on them. That's why I love this spell for this build. It's better at being a melee spell than Smithy's Ire is. Kind of amusing. Does the pickaxe cause that bug? Yeah. I've never seen, personally, or seen reported, that bug if the person wasn't using a pickaxe. Like, it's always been with the pickaxe, for some reason. And it's been a bug that's been in since launch, actually. It's just relatively uncommon. Come on, OBS, you can do it. Not the random quality drops. I wonder if it's on Twitch's side, actually, because Lazy was having problems yesterday. And we are very much not in the same area. Show your skill point distribution so I can screen clip. Yeah, let me know when you're done. Trying to replace pickaxe with salt and battery to get away from money bug. Yeah, salt and battery is a more optimal damage choice, for sure. Only situation it wouldn't be is, I guess, pickaxe is more efficient with marshmallow. Done. Thank you. No problem, Foster. But yeah, for like pure swinging a melee weapon, for builds in general, I would say that Salt and Battery is going to be the peak in most scenarios, followed by your choice of Banshee or Pickaxe, depending on what the precise scenario is. Now, those are blanket statements. There's exceptions to each of the use cases there. But I would say pretty firmly those are going to be your top 3 just raw DPS melee weapons for bonking a thing in the face. Banshee, Pickaxe, and Salt and Battery. Can Salt and Battery only have 1 Dagger Storm active at a time? Yes. Only 1. But you can replace that one elsewhere, which is kind of an advantage. Twin Soul's also great. Twin Soul's also great. It's just in raw DPS, it does have lower base damage than a pickaxe. Than a pickaxe's peak, I should say. Slightly higher swing speed, but the crit is equal. So it's just slightly worse than a pickaxe on raw damage. But it has arguably more utility, because while pickaxe does have the movement speed, cooldown, stuff stacking, and the money thing, Twin Soul can fill a lot more various roles you need it to. Like, Twin Soul would have the advantage of, say, you're using your pickaxe with a warrior hilt for maximum damage. Well, your Twin Soul could also grab Vampire to survive as well. Or it could grab Caustic to have a slight damage edge on Alchemical Agent. Twin Soul would also be hitting a Marshmallow more often if you're doing Livewire stuff. So, situationally, it can edge it out. If we expanded the list to top 4, Twin Soul is definitely there. 1 billion booty bucks. Hey, Atris, how you doing? This is a great illustration of why I don't generally rank things, because you're absolutely right that Twin Soul is good and can hang with the best of them melee weapon-wise. It's just, there's only so many spots, right? Reading the Tantrum weapon seems like it'd be OP, does it not translate? It doesn't. You don't have any elemental flexibility with it, and the targeting for the Petty Tantrums themselves, in single target, they'll just often not spawn on your one target, so it's like the effect isn't happening at all. In dense mobbing, it's pretty good, but not better than Assault and Battery, not better than a Banshee, not better than a Pickaxe, not better than a Twin Soul in terms of raw DPS. And then in single target, it just may as well not have the effect at all. I don't consider Petty Tantrum to be a good melee weapon. Vampire Bliss Ancient is dope. Yeah, one of my favorite combos. Also, another feel-good story to share with the chats. I'm not really sure who else to share with. This weekend, I officiated my best friend's wedding. Absolutely one of the coolest things I've ever done. Highest honors. Just got a video of me giving a speech at the start of the ceremony, so I got punched again in the feels. Aw, that's great, Foster. That's great. Lazy Sheet put it at Ragnarok DPS for Petty Tantrum. He put it in the sheet, Jaybridge. Yeah, that's pretty telling. Now note that raw DPS is not always indicative of the weapon's performance. For example, Snake Stick goes way higher up in the pecking order than its paper DPS puts it, because the paper DPS doesn't account for the Hydras. You can have 3 Hydras, each does, I want to say, 44%-ish of card damage, and gets area damage, companion damage, all that stuff in its formula, and is also melee. So, like, Snake Stick is very high on the DPS pecking order, but through its effect. Paper DPS is not always, you know, the answer. Hey, Moo Girl, how are you? This farm actually goes a little bit faster if I prioritize actually killing the mimics over hitting them specifically with a pickaxe. As long as I'm using a pickaxe in the process, it's still very profitable. Because they're dropping more on death than they are on, like, bonk. Still better to just kill them faster. Spending money I don't have and calling it a business business expense. Ugh. I feel that one. Hey Maniki, how are you? Oh, 1 second. Is there a Mimic Room thing this week? Did I miss something special? So the featured, the current featured, has a few rooms that are all Mimics, TI. The first room of this featured is the one that I'm farming, because I can clear it in about a minute. With this setup, using a Goblin Pickaxe and just clearing efficiently, as long as I make sure to not do the quartz, I can get 1 to 2 mil a minute just farming this room. So killing all the Mimics, picking up the money, and resetting the run is getting me 1 to 2 mil a minute when I focus. Why is ability damage weak in this game? Because coincidentally, the things that they have dealing ability damage, for the most part, aren't powerful. The exception to this is Play the Angles. Well, the exceptions are Play the Angles, Spore Fuse, Blast Gas, Blast Chill, because those are all double dips based off an existing damage source. If you look at everything else that scales with ability, ignoring Dreadwind for the moment, because Dreadwind is melee that just gets it as a bonus stat. Dreadwind without ability damage scaling would still be incredibly good. Dark Hydra's low base damage value. Not a lot going on in their formula. They get ability, they get companion, they get global, conditional, all that, but they have a low base. So they're not really relevant. But then you look at Barrage, very low base damage, very high cooldown. You look at Blizzard, low uptime, low base damage. Cleansing Flames Nova, low damage, high cooldown. Dire Sacrifice, low damage. Feral Surge, low damage. Blasphemous Favor, low damage. Storm Smite, low damage. Rebuke, low damage. They simply just didn't give damage to the things that are ability damage. I guess we need a base damage boost to a lot of ability damage skills? Yes. And interestingly, items that they've put in for ability support, such as Protagonizer, they don't quite hit the mark, because ability crit is not a good way of doing that, since you just have the base of 5%. So even if you have an item that gives you 200% ability crit chance, That's 20? Like, okay. I have, on this non-spellcasting build, 22% spell crit chance. So, like, because my spell has a base crit chance that starts it off much better. We don't have anything like that for ability. Now, I get why Protagonizer is specifically the crit stuff, because they didn't want it to buff Blast Chill, Blast Gas, Spore Fuse. Those three things are ability damage that specifically is not allowed to crit, which is good balancing. But like, ability damage, just the base is too low. We have a lot of formula we can give to them, a lot of tools, but the base is just so low. Time to give Storm Dragon's Judgment the Iron Bear buff treatment. So, like, realistically, would anyone be mad if they did that to Barrage? Specifically Barrage. Like, if they just made Barrage actually overpowered, I don't think anyone would be mad. Because think about it, that would have people playing Spore Warden. It's a badass action skill that is pretty complex in how you actually apply damage to it, because you need to balance your ability damage, your enchants, your gun damage. You still need to aim it. Like, I say legitimately just give Barrage the Iron Bear treatment. It's the first action skill you get a Spore would kind of tilt the playthroughs. I mean, I don't think that you should balance around a playthrough in a game that's balanced around the longevity. And let's look at other classes. Sure, Dreadwind and Cleansing Flames are the first ones you get for those classes, and they fall off pretty quick. But Dire Sacrifice in playthroughs is really strong. Polymorph in playthroughs is really strong. From the Shadows in playthroughs. Or do you get Ghostblade first, right? Ghostblade in playthroughs is still strong. The Dire Sacrifice at endgame requires investment to do stuff. Right, so, like, if you... For endgame, Dire Sacrifice is in a position where it's deserving of a buff. I think most people can get on board with that. But if you apply that logic over there to Dire Sacrifice, be like, well, that would tilt the playthrough. Would it? And even if it did, does that matter? Like, that Clawbringer playthrough we did, Storm Dragon's Judgment and Storm Smite, and even just the first 15 skill points of the tree, are already crazy strong. Think about the first 15 skill points you spend on a Clawbringer. That is Oath of Fire, Oath of Thunder, and Dragon Aura. That takes you halfway through the game. Like, I don't really think that slightly shifting the power curve in playthroughs is enough of a reason to not buff things. Because that's the exact logic we got for a long time for flak pets in BL3, and you know, they never got to a point where they were good relative to what a companion-focused thing should be at endgame. Yet that same fear wasn't there for Iron Bear, or Digiclone. Plenty of people that were turned off by how endgame scaling tilted playthroughs in 3, just trying devil's advocate. Yeah, you're not wrong there. You're not wrong there. Think about all the playthrough streamers who don't even play the game. Nah, Jaybird brings up a legitimate point there. Now Flak Pets can solo MTD. You are entirely missing the point, Lithosius. They could always do that. They are not good at doing that. No matter how much you've been clickbaited into believing that a loader pet taking 10 minutes to clear a courtyard is good, it is not, or something that requires you to sacrifice your entire character's identity and kit to get a bad pet to be mediocre. Buying into this idea that Flak's pets were ever good for damage dealing, it's not true. They could do very small windows of effectiveness, but they were, as a whole, inefficient, even when just compared to other pets in that game. Autobear, Digiclone, Iron Cub have zero opportunity cost and perform more efficiently than Flak pets. You know what clears faster than Flak pets in Maliwan Takedown? A Flak with no guns equipped, but who still invest into their own damage formula. Clone build with Zane AFK Simulator? Yeah, it's simply better. And we have an appropriate successor to the legacy of terrible pet gameplay with the Spore Warden's Mushroom. Sure, can you solo content with it? You can. It won't be quick, but you can. You have to invest heavily in the pets for them to do damage? Yes, and they will still do less damage than you, the player, could have. They will do it less efficiently than you, the player, or any other pet could have. It should not be the standard for balancing this kind of thing, whether in playthroughs or in endgame. Flak pet balancing was a low point, not a high point. Because once again, the character literally called the Beastmaster was the weakest of the pet classes in Borderlands 3. Zane and Moze were both better at it, and they did not need to invest at all. We have a similar situation in this game, where the pet classes, the Spore Warden, the Clawbringer, and the Graveborn, depending on how far you stretch your definition of pet, Spellshot is better at it than all of them. But even if you're just referring to the actual class feat companions, the Wyvern is far and away the strongest. And if you look at the Clawbringer's tree, you give up the least to get that going. It's just incidental stuff that you have. It is the Moze school of thought where you get things that power up both you and the pet, rather than the Flak school of thought where you have to sacrifice your power to give it to the pet. Spore Warden is like the Flak school of thought, where you have to actively avoid stuff that powers you up in favor of using those points to power the pet up, and that's still not worth it. Pets like Wyvern gets the player's bonuses, and Spellshot gets very good bonuses. Yeah, pets get your elemental boosts and your global damage boosts, which are very good. That's a nice upgrade. But look at the skills that power up the Wyvern in the Clawbringer's tree. You have Firebolt. Firebolt is the largest source of gun damage outside of the Spellshot tree per skill point. One skill point for 10% gun damage is extremely efficient, and it also gives the Wyvern a good attack. It's 1 skill point. That's good. Storm Breath is Wyvern's best attack, and it also is the largest per point damage reduction skill in the game. 1 skill point. You can spend 2 skill points and do more for your Wyvern and your character than Spore Warden can in like 2 tiers of its skill tree. No matter how hard I try, I cannot teach a farting mushroom to not rush a dangerous boss. Yeah, and with how high enemy damage has scaled up relative to how tanky you can make things, you can invest a lot into you to get tanky. It's harder to give the mushroom that tank so he doesn't die. Like, you need max Spore Warden power to give him raw HP, and you probably want a ring with companion health rolled on it. And then you want the Pack Leader enchant to heal him over time. You probably also want Fortifying Sigil to heal him. You need all of that investment just to get the mushroom to not die when taunted or jumping into boss areas. And that's a lot of investment. That is a lot. That, or you need to give up your spell slot for a Reviver, which the opportunity cost of that has gone down. They lowered the cooldown of Reviver, which I think was a great change to that spell. Definitely vouch for that for Spore Warden builds that are using their mushroom a lot and don't have a real use for their spell slot. Reviver also does good damage. It's a good spell. But like, that is a lot for minor impact, you know? Companion health feels like such a waste. It does. Hey, Good Wolf, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Absolutely insane. Thank you. Buff White Rarity by over 9,000%. Kill enemies before they kill Shroom. Real.
Buff White Rarity by over 9,000%.
Happy the Wyvern doesn't eat the mushroom pet? That would have been funny. That would have been funny. Terrible for gameplay, but funny. Hey Fusion, how you doing? Pet's getting territorial for it. Trying so hard to wait till noon for lunch. Made a banger sandwich and I'm feeling so hungry. I'm looking forward to dinner today. I'm doing some barbecue chicken thighs, some like very big thighs. That I've had marinating since yesterday. Make sandwiches out of them. It's gonna be great. Thighs? That's how you get control in here. Thick thighs, they do save lives. Stop barbecuing your thighs? I will not. Like them chicken thighs thick? Indeed. I got home for a second. Bonk. Better look respectfully at Control. Respectfully. My stomach just growled very dramatically after that. I'm glad I wasn't keyed up. You had your wyvern named Giraffe? You're a good human being. Talk about a spell and you get it, there is a Reviver. Yeah, Reviver. Nice spell to have around. You can get it with, an extra projectile. I think you can get it with 2 extra projectiles. Let me. Getting it with extra charges is nice for convenience on the surface, but keep note that the charges come with a cooldown penalty. Now that's maybe a little more feasible to deal with now that the base cooldown has gone down a lot with the buffs they did to Reviver. And honestly, maybe just grabbing like a projectile and a cooldown part on it would be the play. So relatively hard to aim. I've actually never used it for the reviving purpose. I've only ever used it for damage dealing, because it's actually just got good damage. Really want to do a cybersecurity, need some certs where I can do that. Recently I did 11 years in private contract security, because getting attacked once a month for 6 months and finding I wouldn't be getting proper backup going into the next fiscal year. Yeah. Good to step away from that kind of environment, Minigeek. Sounds like you were being used and not supported, which is never a good workplace environment. I definitely relate to that. Pizza delivery was way too volatile for me. Bad work in an environment too, trying to get the grocery store and the deli or pharmacy. Yeah, grocery store pharmacy sounds like a pretty chill job. I don't know, it seems like a lot of inventory heavy work. Like inventory management, and I've always been pretty like zen about that. I know inventory management in games totally different, but any job I've had where I've had to like maintain stock of things and itemization, I don't know. Not quite relaxing, but very easy to autopilot, I suppose would be the way to quantify that. Gearbox Pharmacy inventory management. Let me tell you how inventory management's not fun. Pizza Place went from like 15 employees to like 7, including me, in the span of a month. Ugh. That's definitely a sign of a hostile environment. Worked a summer at a grocery store deli, one of the least favorite jobs I've had. They left me alone to close it up. It took hours. Ugh. I've only ever had one job where I've ever been like closing shift of anything. And I have to say, that was pretty... Anytime I had those closing shifts was very unpleasant. Like... You ever get death threats for closing an arcade because it's 10 minutes past closing time? Like, yo, I have. That story? Yeah, that's the one. Seems like everybody stopped working this year, lots of places are hiring. That's not how it is at all. Cost of living has continued to go up throughout the pandemic to a point where people are looking for appropriately paying work. You will see more places hiring, not because there's fewer people working, but because they are not willing to pay enough. So people are targeting the jobs that will actually allow them to survive. Arcade death threat gamers are also definitely dev death threat gamers. Oh, absolutely. How are we doing money-wise? 433. It's going. People who give death threats should spend a night in jail. I don't disagree. Any business that tells you people don't want to work actually has the fucking problem. Those are the businesses not paying their employees more than bottom dollar. Exactly. It's a self-report. And it's not a new narrative. I actually saw a pretty interesting deep dive. It was a thread of various news coverage, media coverage of that very specific line of people don't want to work. And it actually dates back all the way into the 1800s. Employers saying people don't want to work. And it's always the same root cause of they don't want to pay people. Saw that too? Yeah. If you happen to have that saved up, feel free to link it. Snump and Control saw it. Brendan saw it too. Yeah. It goes all the way back to the 1800s. It is not that people don't want to work. In fact, more people are working now than, you know, in the past 5 years. At least here in the US. But it is people not being paid appropriately. $15 minimum wage, it's coming. The funny thing is, Irish, there's been a push for $15 minimum wage for so long that $15 is no longer a livable wage. Cost of living has risen so much and inflation has spiked so hard that $15 minimum wage is still, you're still the working poor. Even if you have, like, 3 jobs paying that, you're still, like, at the poverty line. It's fucking crazy. Like, it's to the point where you're starting to see headlines of people who are making 6 figures. That's $100,000 a year or more. People making that level of money who are still in financial distress because it's so absurd. It's so absurdly costly to just, like, be alive. New job and start next month actually give you a pretty big incentive sign-on bonus. Never been on this side of the job market before. I'm really happy for you, Doc. I'm really happy that you're breaking into an area where you can actually just kind of breathe and live. Minimum wage doesn't work and raising it does nothing help. Raising it to the threshold people are arguing for is no longer enough. There was a point in time where going up to $15 minimum could have had a substantial impact, but in all honesty, that point in time was probably before I was old enough to work. So, and I'm 27. I didn't think what fucking year it is. Waiting for recession to move out of my parents' house and find a place to live. We had a pretty big recession, you know, with COVID, all that. We're past that now, but, like, it still didn't make housing a tenable situation. Like, younger millennials and Zoomers are just kind of in this position where we simply do not make enough money to own houses. Even depending on where you live, apartments are dicey. We just do not have the generational wealth to do so. It's fucking wild. Hopeful that that market changes. I have a personal stake in that as well. Right there with the Irish. Dad and aunt, who's a real estate agent, are expecting a housing crash in the next recession. Fingers crossed. Terrible thing to wish for, but like... seize the means. Real. Bought our house in 2017, the value is nearly double right now, ridiculous. I was looking around, at the, like, right before the pandemic, for just apartments. Like, 2 bedrooms. In my area, and those prices have basically like gone up by somewhere around 50-60% since then, at least in this area. Last time I looked, admittedly a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago. But even pre-COVID, those prices were like, huh, wow, I'd have to like not eat, not have utilities, and work a job on top of what I was doing at the time to like just pay the rent. And now it's just even more out of reach. And I don't live in one of the ridiculous areas. Like if you live in LA or New York or some shit like that, good fucking luck. Good luck. $848 for rent for people coming in new here, paying $1,200 for a townhouse with no door in the bedrooms, absolutely insane. Yeah, around here pre-COVID, I'm just looking at $1,400 for 1 bedroom. Like, maybe no. Maybe no. Go to a flyover state. there's a large list of reasons why I can't do that, but the thought has crossed the mind. Currently paying around $1,600 for a 2-bedroom, 950 square feet townhouse in a really nice neighborhood. We got extremely lucky. I'm glad you have that opportunity, Maniki, truly. And down here at the Space Coast, housing prices are ridiculous. It's crazy everywhere. It's crazy everywhere. It does suck that the 99% isn't part of the 1% is divided between people rooting for market crash, people who like bought properties in the last 5 years praying it doesn't since all their capital's tied to mortgages. It's wild, Foster, and that's why I said I feel kind of bad about hoping for a market crash, because it would definitely fuck some other people over, but like, there is no financial way that anyone remotely in like my position would ever be able to afford their own property without a market crash. It's simply not possible. I'm in SoCal, not LA, and I pay $2,500 for a 2-bedroom. That is not the top end. Yeah, B. Kimberly, it's... I'm sorry you gotta do that. But, like, that not even being the top for your area is absolutely crazy. It ties back into that, minimum wage increase is not enough thing, because... Think about it. You got a lot of people out there working 2-3 part-time jobs at or below minimum wage right now, which is nowhere near that $15 mark. Even if all 3 of those jobs were bumped up to that $15 an hour, they would have to work more than a human should have to for the right to exist, to even just pay the rent, and that is not including expenses for things like food. If they have pets, if they have children, if they want to, you know, ever do anything other than work and eat and shit. It's just fucking wild. We live in a dystopia. $2,500 rent. We talked about this a couple streams ago, but for a, what was it, there's either a 2 or 3 bedroom in Manhattan, around $5,000 a month. Manhattan apartments, infamous. Shitting is overrated. Just keep it all in there. You gotta hold in the nutrients as long as possible, so that you don't have to buy food. Problem with raising minimum wage to a livable wage is all it means prices go up with it. Yeah, because they'll price gouge. Because people will be making more, so they'll want more of that money. Have my income depend on the graciousness of strangers. Sucks when people don't tip. Same boat, Fusion. I'm a full-time streamer. I am very fortunate that you guys, my community, you know, are very supportive of me, and that I am in a living situation where, because I'm able to live with family, my expenses are not very high. So I am able to live off of this. But yeah, I'm totally in the boat of whether or not I can pay my bills month to month depends on the kindness of strangers. So I can't imagine people who do not have the safety net and support system that I do, who are in that situation. And like, if you have a bad month, a bad week even, you might just be on the street. It's terrifying. It's not right. Also have jobs eliminated because those companies replace people with machines or robots where possible. Yeah, anything to help the bottom line. Human cost is irrelevant. Hey, Sybil. How you doing? I worked in the DC area, looked around near my work for a place I could rent and stay while I was working. Worked 3 days a week and lived an hour plus away. The efficiencies across the street were $1,600 a month with no utilities included. A month's rent deposit and $150 a month association fee. Ah, lovely. Good, how are you? I'm okay. It's a little hot today. We are commiserating about the evils of capitalism stopping us from being homeowners. Eat the rich type shit. But yeah, we're just chilling, money grinding. Having some good conversation. We love capitalism. I live in the mid-Atlantic in a less expensive area. Our household income's $145K, and our mortgage just dropped below our old rent and is now sub $1,300 for our entire townhouse. If the kids leave, we live comfortably and modestly. Happy for you as well, Stump. You deserve that. I wish it was more accessible for others, but I'm glad that you have it. And I wouldn't want you to lose that. That's the tough thing. It's so easy to have, like, with this whole fucking class warfare we're all embroiled in, because that's what it is. It's so easy to get jaded to a point where you're like, well, fuck it, if I can't have it, no one else can. Like, it's important to not, because that's a slippery slope of denying basic rights and things to your fellow human being. Just makes you a shitty person. Keep that in mind. Just a depressing thing I've seen. Respec. Hey Moxie, how you doing? Or are you telling me to respec? Should I spec into Chicken Parm Holding? Too soon. Who holds the parm better? Probably Moxie. Okay, too soon? Yeah. That was really tragic. It looked so good, dude. Did it at least taste good? Yeah, New Mexico's on the same page. Did it at least taste good? I can't even read that rune. That's gross. It was very good. There you go. Crest of that chicken was an improvement. Eat the keyboard too. Yeah, get that that extra crunch. Okay, I think I'm hungry because I'm actually pondering what it would be like to chew a mouthful of keyboard keys. And, like, that's not a rational thought. That is a very intrusive thought. Cherry switch flavor. Which flavor of keyboard keys do you guys like the most? Do you like mechanical? Do you like the R, the G, or the B's? RGB farm. RBG farm. Any keyboard but bronze? Yeah, that one would be a health code violation. Still a bit of tomato sauce under my delete key, but I'm saving it for later. You never know when you need it. I have difficulty getting rid of anything. Much respect for that. How are we doing money-wise? Almost at 450. I can adjust the counter. Even Moxie's keyboard's bank is full. Full bank gang. Imagine having inventory spaces. Mr. Strimmer, Mr. Strimmer. What's up, Goodwill? Off to get groceries, might not be back by end of stream. Take care, Strimmer. Sounds good, Manic Geek. I should buy groceries. It's been so hot, I haven't wanted to go grocery shopping. Finish that Mass Effect playthrough. Me? I was doing Mass Effect, I did it like last year, I think. It was Cheese doing the Mass Effect playthrough recently. You might be thinking of. But now I want to do a Mass Effect playthrough, so if this was all part of a master plan, Moxie, it's working. Because if I have 3 separate people tell me to play Mass Effect in, like, the space of a month, then I want to. You're not people, Rim. Damn, that was kinda mean. Control, it was rude. It was low-hanging fruit, I had to. Really tempted to play Mass Effect 2, but Blight Caller. Yeah, as soon as you start your playthrough, they're gonna announce Blight Caller release date, Jaybridge. Just for that, I'm gonna set up bots that DM you regularly. No, please, there's enough of them. Please, no. There's enough. It's to the point where there's been a couple cases of, like, I think legitimate, like, business opportunities trying to, like, contact me for some shit. I don't even check anymore because the bots are too excessive. I'm like, nah. Plot twist, those are the bots? Shit. Plausible. It's certainly plausible. Yeah, let's actually round this out to 450, and then I want to do more Dreadwind. We'll try to get to 500 today. Getting that one bill is gonna be so rough, because that's gonna be, like, the whole stream tomorrow. Ugh. One bill might not happen. I don't have enough discipline. Why'd I have to make a new build during the money grinding week? What is wrong with me? I have no self-control. Dreadwind too much fun. Remind me to remind you to play Mass Effect in about hours. Isn't there supposed to be an Outriders patch, like, by the end of the month? Didn't they mention a while ago they had one planned for, like, late July? Random thought, but I figured I'd put that out there. Want Moxie to know, legit shed a tear for the farm. I shed a tear laughing. But as long as it was still edible, it's fine. It's content. It's all part of the master plan. It's just the sequel to the Sideways Burrito. Right along. Should be like 2 more runs, maybe 3 more runs. At my subpar pace I'm going at. I wonder how much myth rank XP I've gotten doing this. Probably not that much. 793 total. You ever think their barrel placement's a little excessive? Because, like, there's 3 in 1 field of vision. Lost 2 plates of fabulous food in my day, so I know the soul-crushing feeling. The worst for me is if you have some really good leftovers you've been looking forward to, and you heat them up, you plate them, and on your way to go sit down, you drop them, and it's the last of the leftovers. So you're just like, I guess I'm eating dirt. Or do normal people not do that last part? Yeah, that wouldn't stop me. Okay. Spilled my drink over the last of my pizza before. Did you still eat it? Because depending on the drink, that could only be mildly disgusting or, like, the worst thing ever. Can't waste those good leftovers with this economy. True. It was like milk. So, there was that disgusting meme of milk pizza. Was that a thing people were actually doing, or was that a shitpost? Like, are there actual human beings on this planet who dunk pizza in milk? Or was that just a meme? I'm hoping for a certain answer here, but I'm dreading the other one. Hey, Reviver. Yeah, we talked about it enough today. Cool. Let's go back to the other build. That was a nice chill 50 mil. What did I name it? Ah, I named it that. I have 41 mil in this character. Nice. I'm not underestimate the length people go to for 15 minutes of viral meme. Google that apparently there's a trend to dip your pizza in milk in 2017. Nah. Like, I remember that. But I still doubt if it was real. "2017 wasn't right." Yeah, that year had some wild shit going on. In the head, I mean, yeah. 'It's been all downhill since, what, 2015? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think that's where we can pinpoint societal decline. I've said ran through his best friend at the zoo. We're literally walking through the zoo holding hands. That's cute. That's cute. I was gonna go to the bank, cash my checks, felt like shit when I woke up. Probably internal bleeding. What do you mean again? Huh? Happens sometimes. Please seek attention for that. If you think that might be what's happening. 'Cause that's pretty fucking serious. Honestly, ever since the Pangean supercontinent broke up, we've all been drifting apart. Haven't used that one in a while. Back and I hate meetings. Hi, Back and I hate meetings. J-Bridge, good job. Apparently Streamlabs thinks my stream ended. Oh, what? What do you use stream? I'll go some booing to making a worse joke. What do you mean? I would never do that. Slander. Oh. Mayhem water. Spicy water. Chaos water. Incendiary agua. All of that. Dad jokes aren't bad jokes. There's a whole letter of difference. Oh, so this is one of those days. Gotta hop off and do more onboarding. Be back later. Sounds good, Doc. Oh, your engagement helps the algorithm. Chat boo all you want. People who use white rarity at Chaos 50 are the same people who would open ramen flavor packs and eat the powder raw. I know people who eat the noodles raw. Do they count? Also, this opens the door to that age-old debate. How do you guys use the flavor packets in instant ramen like that? Do you use it in the cooking process? Do you use it after you're done cooking it? Or do you do half and half? Those are all the different approaches I've heard. Throw them away because salt makes the room spin. I guess that's taking a fourth option. Is it all just in the cup already? So in the packets, in the packets, it's in like a separate, smaller package in there. In the cup, it's like already there most of the time. Whatever the instructions say, which where I live so far has always been during the cooking. So I, like, my entire life did during the cooking, and then a few years ago, I was made aware that some people don't do that. I was like, huh. So now I do half and half. Sodium sensitive ears filled water if I eat too much salt. Several days of extreme vertigo ensue. Huh. That sounds awful. Doctor literally told me to eat more salt. You are two halves of the same person, pragmatic and control. You should do the fusion dance. Doctor said my blood pressure is high. I've never had blood pressure issues. Well, very briefly I had high blood pressure. But usually it's been like normal, slightly on the lower side if anything. Oh, I guess I'm flying now. I have many health issues, but fortunately my blood pressure and sodium intake are not among them, so that's cool. Helicopter gaming. Exclamation point, eat ass fusion. What is ass fusion? And why are we eating it? And don't explain to me what ass fusion is. Eat it and find out. When the topic is ass, anyone saying eat it and find out just... I don't think that's good advice. I don't think that is actionable advice. Thought the goal was ass fishing. Damn it. Slash clear. Yeah, Kyler. Yeah. Cleanse the chat with Quag Chad. My stomach's growling. I'm hungry. Not because of the conversation, because of that other conversation. The keyboard one. Get food? I will at some point. Eventually. I want to get the one spin on Bark again, but it's kind of finicky. Hey Fen, how you doing? Of course, ass fusion gets brought up and everyone's stomach starts growling. You eat food too? We have so much in common. What if I could just hang out here? I think I have enough healing. Yeah, we just live out here now. Not the hard way, you can't melee him when he's out there? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay, we're good. Keeps asking my guy, I know I like you for some reason. Hey Chris. In many different Twitch communities, one thing they all have in common is at some point it all comes down to eating. Bart, get the fuck back here. Yo, the one spin Pog. One spin on Bark. Easy. Just one Dreadwind directly into his Grundle. And the one spin on Bunny. You love to see it. You love to see it. Dreadwind good. Now, the elephant in the room. Could you use the Forbidden Spill to make Dreadwind even more frighteningly ridiculous? Yes. If you, say, had a Bonk Kachow, it'd be kinda nuts. But like, nah. Forbidden Spill? What do you mean? Living Under a Rock, is the other Berserker skill good? Feral Surge? No. No, Feral Surge could use some love. It's fun, and I really enjoy leveling with it, and doing like the early Chaos levels with it, because if you have something that can just weaken enemies, and you have some good investment into the cryo stuff, like Icebreaker and Cold Snap, then you can set it up so basically your rotation is shoot enemy, Feral Surge into them. They die, refreshes the cooldown, and you just do that for every enemy. It's very satisfying, but it does not hold up well at higher levels. The action skill is a bit of an identity crisis in that it would be a good opener, but then you can't use it as a finisher. And if you're holding it to use it as a finisher, then you're just not having any damage because you don't have your action skill and chance. You're withholding your action skill itself, and you have to, like, run to get in range. And any investment you have to make the action skill do damage is wasted. It's in that same area as Dire Sacrifice, Barrage, Cleansing Flames, to a lesser degree Storm Dragon's Judgment, where it's just simply outclassed. Call it underwhelming in bossing is to be kind. Yeah, it's completely useless in bosses, except for the movement aspect. Which it's not great at, because if you're using it just for movement, then it's got a long-ass cooldown. 32 seconds? Would make a way to have Barrage be really good. Love the idea of just going around shooting everything. So, like, what they could do with Barrage is take the 0 in the cooldown. It has a 30-second cooldown, by the way. 30 seconds per charge. Take the 0, and then just move it from the cooldown to the damage. Skill fixed. Second cooldown better be unfired Great Bow damage. Spoiler, it is not. And that long cooldown is what pushes people towards using the enchant that gives you a charge back when you reload, but there's a few problems with that. One, character-specific enchant, good luck. And two, you know what you could have in that enchant slot instead? Damage. You could just have damage, which is something that Barrage actually needs. Even a fully optimized build with, like, gear that you will never have because it's not reasonable to actually acquire, you can get Barrage to a point where, as long as you're not eluding rooms, yeah, you can mob with it on C50. But as soon as you start eluding rooms, enemies stop dying. And also, it is sad in bossing. Yeah, even stacking cooldown doesn't help when the cooldown is 30 seconds. So you're pretty much forced into that ward enchant, which means you're losing more damage. And it limits your gun selection, because you need to use something that you can reload on demand and do so quickly. So that locks out, for example, Skullbugger pistols. Just can't do it. They simply do not reload on demand. Think about using quick action skill for enchants and spellcast as a thing. Spellcast is a thing. And also, there are just better action skills for that. For example, Storm Dragon's Judgment is, if you retract it immediately with no investment, it's 5-second cooldown. It does better damage than Barrage, requires less investment, and is attached to a character with a better skill tree. Yes, Clawbreaker's skill tree is infinitely better than Spore Warden's skill tree. So Barrage is just kind of in this weird place where the only thing it has going for it is the fact that, one, it looks cool, but the other thing is the Spore Fuse enchant, which is quite good, but is that worth it? Is that worth all the other hoops? To me personally, it's not, which is why I don't really have a current build making use of that. Infinite times 0 is still 0. It does make me wonder if the change to Spore Fuse not including ability damage, like, had to happen. Sure, it was kind of crazy when you were putting it on things like Dreadwind. But like... meh, I don't know. Hey Don, how you doing? Alright, give me a second, chat. I'm going to run a little streamer's room and grab a quick snack. Not from the little streamer room. I don't have a fridge in there. I should. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I got cookies. I was sitting here eating for like the last minute. So regarding that, can I have a cookie? No. Hi, Bron. Regarding that Dreadwind Spore Fuse conversation, something that was happening in the first couple weeks of the game was you could use Dreadwind to proc Blast Chill to proc Spore Fuse. You had to use Barrage and then switch to Dreadwind and then use Dreadwind, but it was a thing you could do. It was silly, and 2 interactions needed to do that have since been patched out. But it was a thing you could do. Is this Health Bug? This feels like Health Bug. Yeah, this is Health Bug. I'll take the money and run, though. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? I'm working my life away. I feel you, man. I feel you. With the sound of picking up tons of money back in this game. It is very good sound design. Make Barrage elemental. I totally think Barrage should have been poison. Like, they changed Cleansing Flames from non-elemental to fire, they could totally change Barrage to poison. Then maybe Spore Warden would actually be a poison class. People associate it with poison. Make it a reality. Blight Caller's the poison class. Roger and Spore Fuse. Spore Fuse feels good, man. It used to. It used to. Early in the game, Stump. But that was changed. Spore Fuse used to cover both gun and ability. Now it is just gun. Which makes me think, let's tinfoil that for a moment. What if they give Blight Caller the ability one? You know how, you have Blast Cast for spells, Blast Chill for melee, Spore Fuse for guns. What if they give Blight Caller the ability one? Or even better, Dot Fuse. Oh no, I shouldn't speak. That's too cursed. Alchemical Fusion. Someone cut this man's mic. Cut the mic, nuke the VOD. Got the giant cane to pull him off the stage. Crane? Or cane? Because that could go very different ways. I need it for my mental image. Death Skull. I was wondering why that did so much. It's because it was an insta-kill. I did it again. Yeah, that curse causes some problems. I was listening to you before about Spore, what his character was supposed to be good at. Guns. It's decent at guns, but the thing is, the primary thing Spore Warden Tree gives is gun damage. You know what's very easy to get already from gear? Gun damage. And that's without including things like Myth Rank. So Spore Warden has a really good capstone for gunplay. Like, really good. And it's tier 5. Isn't as good as it used to be, because Wrath of Nature did get nerfed, but it's still a good skill. Wrath of Nature and Headhunter are also good skills. But it's pretty much just those three being of value in the tree, because everything else Spore Warden offers, you can kind of just get somewhere else in a better quantity, while taking a better skill tree. So it doesn't really offer much. It's decent at companions, but with the way companions work in this game, you can get that stat elsewhere, or you could just be a spell shot, or both. It's decent at guns, but not as good at guns as, say, spell shot. Arguably not even as good as Berserker there, because Berserker has a better formula. Berserker doesn't have gun damage in tree, meaning you can just get gun damage on your gear and have a better, more fleshed out damage formula. Primary things you give are information, entertainment. I tried to, Chris. I tried to. My least favorite character. I think Spore is that way for a lot of people, because it's just the most limited in what you can actually do with it. It is the class containing the least power, and like the way you get strong with it is like, hey, play the angles. That's it. Because Blizzard has a massive, massive, massive requirement to even become decent. You can make that happen, but that amount of investment into, like, a different action skill is just better. For example, if you had a perfectly optimized Blizzard setup, you know, with everything possible to make it better, you could make that clear okay. But you could take that same exact build, swap the class power into Berserker power, put on Dreadwind, and be better. Because, in all honesty, Dreadwind is the only ability damage interacting action skill that doesn't suck. Blizzard makes no sense on that character. It's a bit of an oddball, isn't it? Gotta run, might catch you before you end. If not, hope you have a great rest of your day and night. Thanks, New Mexican. Good to see ya. Hope your day goes well. We all know you use Buffmeister off stream. Sometimes. But when was the last time I did? I'm thinking. Last time I did was, 3 weeks ago? I tried it out with Stab-O-Matic and was like, oh, this isn't fun. It was about, 14 minutes of gameplay. I'm just kidding? Oh, well, I'm not. It's just so satisfying to melt a target with Dreadwind. Something about having that clock ticking down on the screen for you to do your damage. I don't know, I really like it. Health going up during combat, thank you, Professor Clyde. Health regen, survivability mechanics, defensive stats. All very, very good in this game. Sorry for the flashbang. We did get it, though. Spore was my first class in Wonderlands of Art, my first class in BO3. Your boss sure knows how to hook with me. Spore was my first as well. Spore Burr was my first playthrough. Barrage is one of the things that really drew me into this game, because I saw Barrage and was like, that's so badass. And Barrage being ability that also scales with gun is like, it's the first action skill we've gotten that is a gun. And I was like, that's fucking cool. I don't have to shoot guns. And that ended up not being the case for the class. Yeah, for real, yeah. How you doing? I'm gonna buff Meister in months, mostly because I don't often pull the Magic Bunny. I think I'm gonna have one Chaos tier. I haven't pulled the Spell Bunny in a while, yeah. Last time I did, I think I was hitting for Smithy's Ires. And I actually went and field tested and like, this item wasn't worth it. Keep forgetting words? Me too. Words are hard. The reason why that one took so long is because actually getting Dreadwind to connect with Drill. A little awkward. You gotta aim for, like, the front of his right hip. Our left, his right. And if you're slightly off, it just doesn't connect. Double penetrating beat Volter Pixie Meister. That is a disgusting phrase. Yeah, that was all Contagion, actually. Nice. Gotta find the right spot. You know it, Felicia. You know it. How you doing? I did finally get a good Ascended one of these. It was an 11 mag Ascended. It's like 2200 damage. So yeah, literally double this volatile. Part variance be like. I woke it up way too early by leaf blowers, had 2 early meetings. I will fight all of them. Bark was very rude not dying there. I'm tired, Cromarak's a big pile of shit. Hey Zen, how you doing? Oh, was it the fight or the farming that was giving you trouble? And which craw? BL1 craw or BL2 craw? Also, hi. Wiggles in a corner. Why are you wiggling in a corner, bro? That corner can't be comfortable. That damage. More like Cromaras. Got him. That was actually good. So I want to do like some normal runs. But this boss has a Melda in the pool. That's why I've been doing this featured so much on this character. Maybe we just go for it anyway. Let's do some boss runs. We're gonna get a Melda. Gonna get Theodore. It's gonna suck. But we'll get through it together? Question mark? The fight, BL1, using the glitch, once he hit his back on, dude, never seen so many insults in so little time. It's been a while since I've been proficient with BL1 Craw. I do not remember the fight at all, other than the fact that I liked it, design standpoint-wise, for like what it was, early raid boss. Actual challenge. But yeah, it's probably a little frustrating. They've definitely made, bosses that are satisfying and well designed that aren't super frustrating since then. Like Wotan, for example. Wotan the Invincible, Borderlands 3. The GOAT. The GOAT of Lands game bosses. So haven't beat dragons yet? Dragons suck, so I don't blame you. Hades shop is live. Ooh. 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 it's gonna crash and sell out. We want a Melda. We want a Melda. Said who? Playing Brick. Brick is the prettiest Siren, so I should phase walk. Right, exactly. What if Brick's Siren power is being pretty? Like, phase cosmetics. Phase face. Phase our face! It's underwhelming? What do you mean? I've been told that being pretty is the most important thing in life. Me? God. Get some help, Roddy. Mordecai's Siren power is being a horrible bottom. I feel like I need context here. Brick just face punches everyone's face. That too. She's not wrong, but like, why do you think Mordecai would be a horrible bottom? Like, he's a pretty talented guy. I'm sure he could figure it out. Like, give him some credit. Bro, he's a good top. You see, I believe that too. I always thought he was a bottom, but a lazy bottom. If I ask what makes a bad bottom, have I outed myself? What I walk into? I'm not even sure, Ewok. How you doing? No, bad move, girl. Bad. This is a normal Tuesday. Yeah, yeah. Not wrong. Bereaver Reaper Bones, bossing damage sucks. Any recommendations? Mobbing's fine enough. Best weapons, Shadowfire. Use Sword Explosion in a pinch. Of course we get Dragon Lord. Gun damage rings, Amnesia, non-chaos tier, Ice Spikes, Frost, Burr Power Amulet. Are you using Soaked? Do you have a Twisted Delusion to apply Soaked with? My game is struggling. Oh, we didn't skip. Do you have one, don't use it? That could help you a lot. You mentioned a lot of Frost stuff. Remember, Soaked is just 50% more damage if that damage is Cryo or Shock. So, like, 3 damage. Frost item should use liquid cooling. You get a Sword Explosion in Frost. You can get know, auto magic. Good point. Just against bosses where you don't screw yourself over by using frost, then introducing that will simply help. Oh, that's great. I was waiting for him. He just jumped into the blender. Instantly phased himself. Let's see, do Shrikes go for Bernadette? No, they don't seem to. Since I'm running Executioner's Blade, Tootherator time. Miss. There, you didn't face. Hello? Sir? That's just rude. Helicopter build, you know it. See, Bernadette's a chick, and we need to impress her. So I think you know what we have to do. Show her your gaming stats. Yes. I wonder if using a Queen's Cry Taser there on Bernadette would be optimal, actually. Try that next time. Yeah, sure, I'll start my morning by trying to unhear something. That's the correct way. Oh. I didn't expect a one-tap like that. Must have gotten Blast Chill and that hit. Your Shrike's melee bolts? Yes. That is why they're here. What do you boost, Butt Stallion? Blood Frenzy. bolts from gun damage strikes and sword explosion swords add together. Not sure what you mean. You're asking if the crossbolts count towards the stickies? No. But gun damage crossbolts will increase the damage of anything that counts as gun damage that hits. So, yeah, your sword explosion would do more damage against a target that has gun crossbolts in them. Yeah. Did a gross thing help me forget by destroying this boss? Want spell increasing crossbolts? Splintering ice spikes. Do that. Yet another ice spike W. Who would have guessed hiring in an aerospace company would have so much paperwork involved? I probably would have guessed. I always assume there's going to be more paperwork than I'm prepared for, you know? Splintering ice spikes? Yeah, splintering ice spikes are, when you hit an enemy with them, they take more spell while they have the ice spikes stuck in them. Tells you on the card. Made my first laser hand build last night. I know it's a bit mainstream, I had a fun night. Hey, I enjoy laser hand too. Nothing wrong with that. Just because other people enjoy something doesn't mean you can't. Hey Boom, how you doing? Oh, I'm not trying to emote on the chance, this ain't Fortnite. Yeah, that was real slow because of Dragon Lord. Wish for Imelda to get Lachance. What a letdown. Uh-huh. Amnesia. Let's try. Honestly, wait. Yeah, never mind. Seems like you could have emoted on him. I could have. I have a great bow for some reason. Trying to figure out why my inventory is full. I've probably been picking up too many armors again. Yeah, that's it. Dab on him next time. Gotta go for the deep dab. Wonder if there's anything interesting with emote canceling in this? Good question. I've not delved into that. That's a good question. Wonder if you can cancel out of, like, Cleansing Flames or Dire Sacrifice or some of the, like, longer commitment animations. You can't, like, do that. I was curious, though. Can you quick map in this game? You might be able to with the ini file. Maybe. Because they let you quick map them in BL3, and then eventually they removed the option to do that through the menu. But anyone who had already mapped them had already done it through the ini file, so it's still stuck. So you could just go back and do that again. Probably works that way in this game. there a dunk emote? I don't think so, but I don't know. There's a lot of emotes, a lot of cosmetics in general. Okay, I want to roll for... What enchant do I even want on this, this Queen's Cry? Does it matter? I don't think it matters. Sure. The idea here is I could just use this Taser for Executioner's Blade and then apply some crossholds with the Fear Not and hold the Rapscallion and let it do its thing. Maybe. We'll see. Oh wow, that just blew up in my face. Okay. I wasn't super thrilled about having Blast Chill armor for this, but I gotta say, it's so nice. Like, it's really inconsistent. It's not something I can ever depend upon. But Blast Chill is so good. Because I already have the burr power. And I'm already just doing melee, so... Boss Rush worth it for getting legendaries? If you can do them quickly, yeah. Banshee. Cool. Good opportunity to showcase. Need some predictions going? Alright, I'll run them for the next one onwards, Doc. My frames did not like what I was doing, but I was able to stick the Banshee for a while there. That was fun. I probably could have gotten the full bar. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Harbinger the GOAT. If I had, Desperate Enchant here... Yeah, I need to get Desperate Enchant on, like, one of these Ascended Body Runes. Because that's just more healing, more uptime. I can totally just spin on Banshee. C50 barrel blows up in face, barely eats an Elden Burr moment. Real. Yeah, I like the Queen's Cry here. It's very consistent Executioner's Blades. That's real nice. It's an interaction I've known about forever, it's just I haven't, like, put it in a build. Wastard. Cool. We could flex on Wastard. Could have been cleaner. Hey Slushy, hope your morning's been good. It's been okay. I overslept today for like the first time in several years. And that was weird. So I was a little late to stream today. But it's been a good stream. Having a lot of fun with Dreadwind. I am procrastinating my money grinding. I have so much more of it to do, yet I just am having too much fun playing the video game. My W key is having some trouble today. Yeah. Alright. Come on. Come on. Yeah, my W key is having some trouble. Ooh, Trust in Magic. We're about to be ridiculously tanky. Oh no. I'm off work. Welcome, Sora. How's work today? Hate it when game is too fun. See? See? We were having fun. Equal. The game balances all things by giving us not fun. How do you melt him so fast? My volatile weapons... God damn it, control. My volatile weapons, the Chaos 30 hit like a wet noodle. I spent a lot of time with the build crafting side of the game. Fun blocks. So a lot of investment into learning how things work. Like, for example, Dreadwind here. This action skill is melee damage. So I have a lot of things that happen when I do melee damage, like Alchemical Agent status effect. And I'm taking advantage of a lot of different things this skill does. For example, Dreadwind gives you movement speed. This armor, if you take damage, turns your movement speed into a damage increase for you. So I've got a lot of pieces that fit nicely together. For bossing in this game, you do need to invest stonks. Because bosses in this game do have significantly more health and mechanics than regular enemies. W key not working, game says hold this L. For real. Can Shrikes even, like, target her? This is such a shit boss. They can. Beautiful. Please, Executioner's Blade, do stuff. It's not really doing stuff. Does Executioner's Blade not hit her there properly or something? Or is she just resisting my fucking melee weapons element? Ella stole your W, she really did. There we go, we got a decent dot. We got a decent dot. Oh no, I used all my tasers. That's what you get for having fun, real. Crazy how good Stabmancer is without having good skill tree damage formula. It's just got solid interactions between a couple of the things. Like Alchemical Agent, Contagion, Executioner's Blade is a solid trifecta, just good design. It's just a shame that the damage formula skills in Stabbo are just utter shit. Oh, I guess I'm down. Who made this? Please, RNG, just give me my damage so I can leave. %of all builds use Stabbo? I wouldn't say that at all. Pound for pound, Spellshout's more common. And, in like the second month of the game, they did actually put out the metrics on how played each class was. I don't remember the results of that, but, it was an interesting window into what people like. Oh, my W key is doing the thing again. You disagree with my science? Yes. Is that okay? See, you can Dreadwind phase 2 Imelda, so it's fine. It's just phase 1. Forgot it was made by Conman's wife. Clawbringer? Yeah, Clawbringer is better than Stabbomancer in terms of damage formula. It wasn't so bad. The first phase was awful. Just sitting there, waiting for the boss to give me permission to interact with her. Fuck you, Roddy. You're toxic. Primordial Snake Stick, Caustic, slow swing speed, no thank you. My sandwich! It's okay, we'll get you another one. What do you want in your sandwich, Flip? If you say teleporting, we're gonna fight. Blood of the Fall. The exact reaction I was hoping for. In Tiny Tina's Wonderland, Sandwich eats you. Real. You do get a lot of Executioner's Blades with Queen's Cry Tasers. It's quite nice. I like it a lot. Oh yeah, prediction. You're right. Let me set that up. There you go. I want to ask you, is it good to invest in gun damage for all weapons? Do some weapons deal other type of damage? Sword Explosion deal melee? Sword Explosion is gun. For almost all weapons, investing in gun damage is a wise choice. The exceptions to that being certain types of Furior throws, and also the Queen's Cry is spell damage instead of gun. The Stab-O-Matic is melee instead of gun. And the explosion of the final explosion of the throwable hole is spell instead of gun. However, the ticks of the hole before it explodes are gun, so it's kind of both. Generally, with gun damage, it's important to note that you can get it very, very easily on your gear from your myth rank and from your enchantments. So, skill tree gun damage is a lot less attractive than it seems. For example, the opportunity cost of spending an entire skill point in your Stab-O-Mancer tree for 3% gun damage when you could use a ring that even just at Primordial without the bonus effect being on, and without having one of the better gun damage rings like Shark's Bane or Fealty Oath, it's 22% just from one gear slot. And an important thing to keep in mind for guns is they get more stats than just gun damage. You've got other pieces of that particular pie, like elemental damage is a thing, crit damage, conditional damage, global damage. It's a bunch of stats. So the way you get good damage in this game is you balance out your stats and you have a bunch in a bunch of different categories so that it multiplies to a bigger number. A good representation of this with some basic math is you could have 1 times 1 times 1 times 2, and that's 2. Or excuse me, 1 times 1 times 1 times 8 is 8, and then you could have 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. Brain scrambled, needing more caffeine. Fucked up my example. 4 2s is 16, whereas an 8 and 3 1s is 8. So smaller numbers across multiple categories equals more damage. Opportunity cost is the wrong wording there. You don't lose a ring by going to that point. It's exactly the correct wording because you only have so many opportunities to use your skill points. If you spend points here, you are not getting those points elsewhere. So a point you spend for 3% gun damage is a point you are not spending for, say, 5% area damage. You have a finite number of skill points. If you waste a point here, you cannot put it over here. Thanks for your explanation, not banning me for noob questions. If anyone banned you for a noob question, they were not worth being around in the first place. We are, in this community, we explain this stuff to people. It's complicated. Asking questions is encouraged here. Welcome in. New data for sure. You said the opportunity cost Arsenal is too high because ring better. In the context of the ring, sure. In the context of where you are acquiring your damage bonuses, it's still accurate. But sure, I'll concede that point. But there are many places where you can get gun damage as a stat. You can get it here. You can get it here. And different classes have different amounts of it. For example, Spellshot has the most. Berserker has none. Graveborn has none. Clawbringer has a small amount. Spore Warden has a middling amount. Depending on your class choices, you'll want more or less gun damage from your gear because of that. W key, please work. Okay. I think my keyboard might finally be on its way out. I bought a replacement keyboard as a backup a while ago. I just have not used it yet, but it's having trouble moving forward. What is a gun? Good question, Braun. I'm not entirely sure. Why you gotta go and make things so complicated? Give it a blow. Give you... Wait, hang on. I can't say that. Feed it some chicken parm. That's good advice. Get fucked, Wastard. I am so sorry. Start using diamond gauntlets. Easy. Easy. For real. Hey, this is very similar to the armor I'm wearing right now. Nice. Clipping that. What, the Wastard go? I can do cleaner. I found hammer. I can spin too. We spinning? We spinning? Aw, he stopped spinning. You know, I remember when I was happy. Like, why would you do this? Why would you make this wonderful game full of interesting gameplay options and fun bosses, and then put this in it? Oh, cool! You're just over there now. That's fun. Game, you will like Imelda. I promise I won't. Oh, cool. just zero strategy in this fight. You have to go between two tiny platforms while she teleports away until get wrecked by her projectiles. Yeah, and she's got arbitrary resistances and physically cannot be interacted with by most sources of damage in the game. Like, the fight would go from completely awful, worst they've ever produced, to simply bad if the hitboxes work. But, like, they don't, so... Only one person voted yes and betted on my girl paid off. Put her on the floor and fight's fixed. I mean, hitboxes are still fucked, but they'd be better. Word ban? I'd get on board with that one. Explosion. Ooh, Sawmill, that's so sad. Don't look. This class combo for ranged gunplay is a place to find update builds. Some sites aren't updated since release of the game. Also, Lechance, my favorite boss. Lechance is cool. So, you've got a lot of options for doing gunplay sort of builds. Pretty much every class is going to have some aptitude with that. The strongest choices you're looking at would be Spell Shot, Spore Warden, Stabomancer. Those would offer the most. Berserker as well. Basically, Clawbringer is gonna be a good supportive gun class, but it's gonna want another one of the more specialists to really help it be good at gunplay. And Graveborn doesn't really lend much to a gun build at all, so you're gonna want the other class to be good with guns. The way classes work in this game, most classes will have sort of an area of significant strength and an area of significant weakness. But gunplay is something that the game generally expects you to be doing, so there's no wrong answer there. In terms of up-to-date builds, at some point post the release of DLC 4, which we've not received a date on yet, myself and the rest of the community builds documents team that worked on Borderlands 3 do plan on doing a similar thing for Wonderlands. Just a builds compendium with other resources and stuff attached. But that doesn't exist yet. Something you can do is you can join my Discord, !Discord, or the official Wonderlands Discord, and there's resource channels in each and active members in both communities that can help you put together builds and tell you what's what. Gotta go, may your day be filled with the absence of Imeldas and other good things. Thanks, Boom. Have a good one. Fuck, I said it. Damn it. Got one out the door. That's one. Hey, Funplox, thank you for the 1,000 bits. That's really generous. I appreciate it. It wasn't necessary, but thank you. Goes a long way. Learn more about building Spore Warden plus some class. Use Berserker at the moment, weapon to hunt for. Really lost in new directions. Hey, happy to help out. So Spore plus Berserker is a good combo. Berserker fills a lot of the weaknesses Spore has. Spore is very narrow in terms of what kind of boost it offers. It's pretty much like just gun. But then Berserker has everything except gun. So they do mesh very well together. That's a good choice. A go-to bossing option that people like for any gun build, because it's just the highest DPS weapon in the game, the Sword Explosion. It even drops from your favorite boss, Lachance. So Sword Explosion is going to be a good single target option to grab.
Tell me more about building Spore Warden plus some class. I use Berserker ATM. What weapon to hunt for? I'm really lost and need directions, laughing face.
It's a low roll Banshee, but I'll take it because it's got a good enchant and it's primordial. But yeah, for bosses, ooh, Ascended Snake Stick with Caustic. Yo, that's for the Ghostblade build. Let's go. Yeah, for bosses, Sword Explosion. For mobbing, you've got a lot of flexibility. Oh, and Ascended Mage Staff. Cool. You got a lot of flexibility. I personally really like the White Rider SMG. It's just a good all-purpose gun. Big vouch for that. See, the update didn't help with alert delays. Nope. It did not. I don't even pick up that mage staff, honestly. Just sell it. Also, my W key is dying. I guess next stream I'll be using a different keyboard. Because it's not working. Text speech is so late. Yeah, Stream Elements does not like me. It's very slow. I switched from Streamlabs a while back when Streamlabs was being shitty, or outed for being shitty, I should say. And Stream Elements just isn't as good. Holy shit, movement key, let's go. I want an Ascended one, but I know I'll never get it. Yeah, the concept of getting an Ascended White Rider just hasn't even registered with me. Maybe next time we get Wastered and Featured, I'll really grind for one. But then it would have to be good parts, and White Rider part variance is kind of nuts. One of my personal favorite guns to use, you can try out, Fun Blocks, is the Last Rites Shotgun. It is a quest reward from the quest 20,000 Years Under the Sea. It's a Hyperius shotgun. It's cryo, and it does splash ricochets, area damage ricochets between enemies. It's really good for mobbing. And also, it's just fun. Big vouch for that. Yeah, maybe an Ascendant times one with no crit. Yeah, and high mag. So just worse than a volatile. Because it do be like that. Overflow or Magma Breach? I guess I'll go Magma Breach. I can honestly use that to turn on Selective Amnesia. Volatile Sword Explosion times 3 and Ice Element and Spore Bird deals like 30% of the chance HP and a volley. A Ring's Head plus gun damage. Really don't know how to get more DPS. Here's something that could maybe help you out. 1 second. If you would like, if you could use this link and construct your skill tree for me, I can look through it and optimize it for you and explain my choices, and maybe that can get you some more damage. Because skill tree, when you're first starting out, does a lot. Skill tree is weird. It's one of those things that is super impactful as you're starting, but the more geared you get, the less it matters. But at the start, it definitely matters a lot. Key to the White Rider is looking for consumes 2 ammo. Yeah, that's the biggest bit, and then also the lower the mag size, the more damage it has, and also it can get up to 2 crit parts. So 21% crit on the card is 2 parts, 10% is 1 part, and neither is 0. When you bring a gun build to C50, gonna use your Mist Dancer, you're thinking of changing it up? Probably the Mist Dancer. Probably. Your moment, thanks so much, no problem. Spin to win. Do it anyway, chat, don't tell him. Oh no. Oh no. I won't say anything. Okay, I won't either. I won't tell him. Oh. Okay. I guess I'll tell you guys every time it happens. Nope, just happened. Oh, there it goes again. Happening again right now. And there it goes again. So, like, it already happened a bunch. Yeah, it's been... There it goes. It's constant. Fortunately, I can kind of sidestep a lot in this game. But, yeah. It's frequent. Yeah, it happened at least 7 times in that room. So, ratio? Yeah, ratio. Happened there too. I was trying to run forward while firing those shots, but like, okay. Sorry. Amnesia with mage armor is interesting, but those stats suck. Do it, pay the man. Happened again. Well, I guess this is just a good showcase of me playing Chaos 50 Intense, eluding every room on a melee build without a W key, and I'm not being health gated by every attack. Yo, I won 50 channel points? Stonks. Finish the build, take a loadout when you're free. Yeah, paste in the chat whenever. One second. W key. And your eyes were closed, it was actually your little brother playing. What the fuck? That's neat and all, but how can I do this with 0 investment in survivability? You, Quag, you're amazing. No, you, Good Wolf. No, you. Alright, let's take a look at this. So the Spore Tree looks pretty good. The Spore Tree is pretty good. The Berserker Tree, I can get you some easy damage here. Alright, so let me put this up on the screen so you can see. So our Melda count at today, 3. 3 for like 5 boss runs. So, this skill here, the Old Ways, is really, really good. Not only is it damage reduction, which is tank that Spore Warden doesn't really have, but the damage bonus it gives is in the conditional category. The conditional category is one of the harder ones to get boosts to. There's not a lot of things that go in there, especially for gun builds, so it's really nice to just max that one out. Now, as much as I like Cold Snap, you already have some movement speed over here from Windrunner, so I would just honestly move those points directly over. And then a good quality of life series of changes you can make is Ancestral Frost is good, but you know what's better? Being alive to apply your damage. I really like Unyielding for that reason. Now this over here, Blood Frenzy, is just good healing on kill. However, if you're running a Body Rune Ward, you don't really need that, so you can do without that. On Armor Defense, I really like for overall tankiness, but it's perfectly reasonable to not take it on a gun build. Relentless Rage, this skill over here, is very tough to pass up because it gives you so much more time when you're down to recover. And it also gives your Mushroom more time to get to you if you take both that and Medicinal Mushroom. So for the Spore Warden tree, I'm going to restructure this a little bit to be more to your advantage. We're going to max out Eagle Eye for gun damage. We're going to max out Affinity for ability damage because one of Spore Warden's more desirable enchants, called either Spore Explosion or or Spore Fuse, it is the one where you make a poison explosion. You have a chance to make a poison explosion when shooting an enemy after you've used Barrage recently. That one. That benefits from this, so we take that. Medicinal Mushroom's a good pick. Quiver of Holding is a good pick. We're going to take Windrunner, and to get down to the next tier, we're going to max out Windrunner. We have some floater points here, and Bullseye is not quite as good as it says it does. Remember, as it says it is. Remember, 12% crit chance is not 12% overall. It's 12% more of your base. Your base is 5%. So 1 point in Bullseye is 12% of 5% chance. So we're going to take 3 points there to get down the tree. Max out Wrath of Nature and Headhunter as you did. Those are good skills. Very, very good skills. And then we need 1 more point to get down to Play the Angles. Gonna take another in Bullseye. Grab Play the Angles. Now we have 3 points left. I'd go Relentless Rage. Max out Old Ways, and you have 1 left. That can honestly be your choice between any of these 4. 1 point Ancient Fury isn't super impactful. If you don't have area damage on your armor, then this is nice. Guns such as the Sword Explosion are explosive, so they get area damage. That could be good. Blood Frenzy is additional healing. On Armor Defense is just big overall extra tankiness from your health bar getting a lot bigger. And Cold Snap is extra movement speed and frost efficiency. So for now, I'm going to put it in Cold Snap because that will also not only have you move faster, but it will give you a little bit of extra mileage out of Icebreaker because you'll freeze enemies a bit faster, which means you get this damage bonus quicker. So, this is the skill tree I would use for the build you're on. You're going to pick up a lot more damage by getting those Old Ways points in particular. That's the biggest change. It's this skill right here. Still streaming? Yeah. Game's trying to get me to stop Manic Geek because Melda. Thanks so much for explaining. Thanks so much. Hey, happy to help out. Truly. That's what we do around here. Not just me, but the rest of the community as well. Melda, you are the worst. Why are you over here now? I was trying to help my build and he pushed me down and took my lunch money. True. That is a real thing that happened. Melda Chain is real. It's so awful. If I recall right that there are competing opinions out of Cold Snap or Old Ways superior skill. Superior skill is hard to quantify, and it depends on what exactly you're doing. So, like, let's say you're using Spellblade shenanigans. Spellblade is conditional damage. So, that does devalue Old Ways comparatively. Like, if you're running an Amnesia and a Spellblade, then Cold Snap gains more value because it is the lesser... It is feeding into the lesser stacked category. But if Old Ways is your only source of conditional damage, then it's way more valuable than Cold Snap. Also, the value of defensive skills, Old Ways is not just an offensive skill, but it is a defensive skill as well. Extra damage reduction. Damage reduction on its own isn't enough to make a huge difference in survivability, but when you combine that with other defensive stuff, such as healing, it does help quite a bit. This boss. Can I just hang out up here? Will you leave me alone if I'm up here? Almost fell in the pot. I thought it would be cool if you could fall into the pot, but you can't. I'm almost out of pistol ammo. That would make this difficult. Please, just phase. Please. I feel like damage reduction doesn't do much in Clawbringer. You're absolutely right, Mossy Garden Rock, because damage reduction on its own doesn't do very much. Clawbringer's only defensive stuff. You have Indomitable, which is really good. It's a second life, effectively, on a 100-second cooldown. You have Radiance, which is a shield boost. On its own isn't very good, but in certain contexts it can be good. And then you have a couple damage reduction skills. Storm Breath is quite good, because 15% for 1 point is great. But then Rebuke is very small value per point, and damage reduction without large amounts of health and healing doesn't serve much of a purpose. Because, look at it this way, if you have, let's say, 20% damage reduction versus incoming attacks, but your total health pool is still only 10,000, then it's not really going to effectively make you survive too much more. But the more health you have, the more attacks can be absorbed into that pool that, like, otherwise would have killed you, you know? So damage reduction on Berserker is nice, because Berserker also has 2 ways of increasing their health pool. And they have multiple healing skills. So Clawbringer is one of those classes that does require significant assistance from either gear or your second multi-class to really feel tanky. That's not the right gun. I hate using this thing. Despise it. gonna stop taking damage. Okay, that's cool. Ugh. Fall in the body, become a meld, and she instantly dies, please. If I was given a time machine right now, the first thing I would do is go back and just give whoever designed Melda a hug. Because clearly they need it. They were going through some shit. Sometimes feels hard to get tanky, just kill faster as tankiness. That's one of the more reliable ways to get tanky in this game, for sure. Yeah. But one of the reasons why I like this build, I have two Frost Shivers, which is Stabo Berserker. And they're both melee builds, approach melee in different ways. The reason why I enjoy them so much is because they make for good showcases of how you can survive effectively in a real tank build in Chaos 50 while still dealing good damage. Because we've got, let's just count the defensive skills. Without gear, let's just count them. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, because movement speed is defensive, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 defensive skills in my skill tree. And then I have significant investment into the defensive hero point stat. I have an armor that gives move speed and healing, which is defensive. I have a ward with good capacity and a heal that's defensive. I have an amulet that has good defensive stats and a defensive active effect. I have a spell that heals me and blocks projectiles. I've got a lot of defensive stuff, and it works. It's worth it. Hey, Funplox, thank you for 544 bits. I appreciate it. Just want to say thank you for teaching me more about the game. Cheers. Thank you.
Just wanted to say thank you for teaching more about the game, smiley face. Cheers.
Hey, I'm happy to do it. Thank you so much for the support. I'm happy to have you around. You unlock the DLC boss for the Chaos Chamber after killing the first time or after phase 4. So for Chums, actually for all of them, you unlock the form you defeated as soon as you kill it. For DLC 1, you unlock all the gear after beating Chums once. For DLC 2 and 3, you only unlock the gear in the World Drop Pool and the bunnies after completing the 4th form. But the rooms are unlocked with the first one. And then each form of the boss is unlocked as you kill that one. Why don't you use Stab-O-Matic for this build if it's melee? Simple, because Stab-O-Matic is only pretending to be suited to melee builds. So, the thing with... Oh, there goes connection quality. The thing with the Stab-O-Matic is, it is melee, sure. But, boosting this with melee does not get it nearly as far as using spell damage. This is a spellcaster's gun. It is not a melee build gun, it is a spell build gun. Because, do I have one on me? I don't. Because of the Spellblade. Spellblade takes your spell bonuses and applies them in the conditional damage category to everything you have that deals melee damage. This includes the Stab-O-Matic. So what this means is, a spellcaster does more damage with a Stab-O-Matic than a melee build, because of that item. Without converting spell damage, using Spellblade or Warp Paradigm, or both, Stab-O-Matic is outright mediocre compared to doing things like Executioner's Blade. So if I was using Spellblade, Stab-O-Matic would be better, but I'm not. Spellblade need to be fixed more than I changed my mind. I think you're absolutely correct. See, there it is, Spellblade. I'll grab one so I have one, but gross. Swinging melee over shooting melee in terms of fun engagement, for me as well, yeah. Professor Quag's course doesn't cost anything, we get this knowledge of course for free. It's true. It is true. Support's always appreciated, but I do this for the love of it, primarily. Just happened to fall into a situation where this is also my job. But you guys just being here, interacting, is all the support I could ask for. My inventory's full. Guess I don't need that Banshee. That is not a liquid cooling game, but alright. I don't really need that Banshee either. Okay, run another prediction, let us continue. I started stream a little late today, so we're gonna go a little late. You can gamba on whether or not I get Melda. Why Spellblade gross? Because Spellblade takes, at a 1-to-1 ratio, your spell damage bonuses, and applies them to anything you have that deals melee damage. This is not just your swing, this is any spell, any Stab-O-Matic, Smithy's Ire, any of the melee action skills, all that. And that's relevant because Spellblade is the easiest, spell damage, excuse me, is the easiest stat to get in the entire game. Graveborn, the class that has the second most, has 60% in skill tree from one skill. One skill, 60%. If you compare that to melee damage, the biggest source of melee damage in a skill tree is Savagery, which is 30% at most. You get 60 if you get more points than it on armor, but you could get 120 spell damage if you get more Ascension on armor. And then that's just Graveborn. That is the second place option. Spellshot can get over 200% spell damage just casually for existing. And since that converts at 1-to-1, 200% extra damage versus 30. Had to learn all that, the game explains so little. There's a lot of people, there's a community of people who dig into this stuff. But also, it's just kind of a passion of mine. It's what gives me enjoyment in these games, these build crafty games. Show me the money, queen. Stop. Community efforts, lovely to see. Yeah. Not sure I see the distinction of the item needs to be fixed versus that's just how the item works. Motherfucker! Other DLC done on this character? I'm pretty sure I have DLC 1 and 3 on this character. Pretty sure this character has done all of them. But like, fuck me, I guess. Is it cool to ask more questions? Absolutely. Absolutely. Questions are always welcome. Don't mind my Amelda rage, I just really hate this boss. Not because she's difficult, just because she's awful. She's just the worst. I have fun with literally everything else in this game, except for Imelda. Back to Dreadwind at least. Good box. Press forward, for Imelda have a good build, I can teach Kappa. So, Imelda's one of those instances where gun builds do perfectly fine against her, because you can just point and shoot. But the second you do anything weird, the second you do anything, like, interesting, it goes off the rails. Would Imelda be on a scale from 1 to 10, both currently if she had a working hitbox? Currently, she is a 0. Absolutely 0 redeeming factors whatsoever. Does not deserve the 1 point on the scale. If her hitbox worked, she'd be a 4. Because it'd be kind of like a, oh, this is annoying, but it wouldn't be an enjoyment-ruining experience. Have to put at least 1? I refuse. I refuse. Let's put it in no uncertain terms. I would rather do a melee-only Gauge 1 life through OP10 UVHM, all content completed, on stream. I would rather do that than fight Imelda. Can you update stream title to 100% Imelda runs? So what boss is a 10? Wotan. Wotan is a hard 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hard 10. Not sure that I'd rather watch that, though. That's totally understandable, Jaybridge, because I would also not like to watch that. Frames? PC, you okay? You throwing a tantrum over Imelda? Cause me too. Well, 9 out of 10, it wasn't really invincible. So after setting the new build, the Cross Explosion gets 17k per sword and all the stickies explode. Where do I go from here? Gear to hunt for it, stats should I look for? So that's gonna depend on what the rest of your kit is like. For bossing, other stats you want on your rings, you could get shotgun crit damage would be very beneficial for that sword explosion. But depending what you're using otherwise in gameplay, like if you're using SMGs for mobbing, then SMG crit damage, stuff like that. Getting good stats in your armor here, such as area damage, all damage, and good skills on your armor. Getting good rolls on a ward, such as a body rune. Getting an amulet that has an element that's favorable to you, and also either spore power if you want to make your play the angle stronger, or burr power if you want to make your global cryo bonus element stronger. Fine-tuning your gear to improve your clear times bit by bit is a big part of the longevity of this game. You had 4 straight Imelda boss runs, 4 out of 5. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Wotan 9 out of 10 because better half legit can buck out during the run. Also, Wotan's health kind of did fall off a cliff over time. That shield used to be tanky. So it did get a lot easier over time. But still, Wotan in its heyday without bugs, 10 out of 10. I will accept the retraction of 1 point. For a connoisseur. Yay. Now we need to count it for every Imelda kill to see how many 1 life melee gauge runs you owe us. Oh, yeah. I'll get right back to you on that. Keep forgetting to reload my launcher. Set armor. See what we get. I was pinged about something. Oh yeah, it's the Hades thing. Yeah, we'll do one more run. Round off the stream to 5 hours. So yeah, I'm thinking tomorrow we're gonna need to farm a lot of money. Because I want to hit that 1 bill goal, but we have 1.5 streams, 1 2/3 streams before the featured leaves. This won't be a today stream activity. You can check to see if your Epitaph launcher build holds up at C50. God, I want to try at lower levels. Don't have your spec anymore. Put that skill point distribution in Discord. I will see about that. There's a lot of my builds I still haven't brought up from C35 because I've been having so much fun with melee. Plate mills all over the place. It's got companion damage and it rolled good skills for companion stuff, but it's a plate mail, which does affect companions, by the way. I don't think that's a good thing, but it does. Still think I hate Dexy more than I do Imelda. Done it once in OP8, never again. At least there's absolutely 0 ways the game forces you into fighting Dexy. It's entirely like, do you really want to do this? Like, are you sure? Like, are you sure? Whereas Imelda's like, ah, surprise. Waiting for plot armor, 3 bones said it was good. He did say that. Hey, I got bopped by an enemy high enough to hit a bloom with Dreadwind. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Funny trivia, the less bits I gave you, the larger my name's displayed stream UI, less equals more. Which do be funny like that. Recency bias. To get melee build up, just want to try the launcher build class for it. Spell Shot Berserker. Really get some courage and try to make my own adaptation. It could work out. I was considering making it Spell Shot Graveborn instead so I could use Reaper Bones. But I never quite went and did that. I've been considering Diamond Gauntlets for this build as well. Because you can Dreadwind in place. Nothing's stopping you from doing that, other than enemy knockback. So, in the situations where you're allowed to do that, it's just kind of funny. You can benefit. That was fast. Take a second to reload my launcher while that plays out. Some of the triggers for voice lines in this game are so specific, find Ruffles hours that I'm hearing new ones. Yeah, there's even like a certain fight-specific dialogue. They definitely put a lot of attention to detail in there. I like it. Thanks for a great stream and good chats. I'm missing logging off, more work meetings. Sounds good, Foster. Thanks for hanging out. When you spend, are you proccing the weapon things? If you mean the hilt mods, no. No, hilt mods require actual melee swings. But what I'm doing while I'm spinning is I'm removing one of the weaknesses of Dreadwind, which is that it locks you into an action. But if I put a bunch of tasers out, throw a bunch of strikes, well, those strikes are applying melee crossbolts for me. And then the tasers and the strikes are triggering Executioner's Blade. And also I can put up a sigil before I spin as well. That sigil can also trigger Executioner's Blade, and it's also healing me and protecting me. So a big thing you can do with Dreadwind builds is just optimize your time. Like that. Come on. Like a rotation before the spin? Yeah, and I'm making sure I always hold this pistol, this Rapscallion, when I spin, because it has a blade that gives 40% more melee damage while I'm holding it. And Dreadwind is melee damage. Maybe I need crossbolts for Bernadette. Yeah, Exeblade isn't wanting to happen there. So I guess I still need a Tooth Raider for Bernadette, which is fine. Mostly not a big deal. I don't mind having to juggle weapons situationally. Yeah, sure, buddy. How you doing? Bernadette. Wondering if I can justify not running the strikes and instead just running Tooth Raider. Probably want more swap speed for that though. 1.94 Twin Soul. Primordial, Fire, Vampire, Archmage. That's good. That is a very good drop. Sub 8 with Dragon Lord? Not bad. Oh, my W key. There it goes again. Any guns that deal melee damage other than Stab-O-Matic? No. There are not. But you can take the Stab-O-Mancer's Executioner's Blade capstone, and then anything you do that does gun or spell damage is capable of triggering the blade, which does melee damage. That is my main way of dealing ranged damage in this build is that Executioner's Blade. Is the raid message going to be W's? Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I want to do one more run. I know I said one more 2 runs ago, but bear with me. I'm having a good time. Another thing I've thought about for this build is Mace Wardu, because it has a very high capacity, which would mean a lot of health with unarmored defense, and it deals melee damage based off of my melee weapon, so if an enemy melees me while I'm spinning, then they're just gonna get really, really hurt. A lot. Think of it as I get 5 spins per second instead of 4 with a Mace Wardu. I lose the heal from Body Rune, which is the big reason why I haven't tried that yet, and I would want an Ascended Wardu with particular parts. Maybe that's something to try out. Is Bradluck Amulet good? Would you wear it in real life? No, no. Bradluck, it imposes huge penalties on your damage stats whenever it rotates through one of its effects. It also hurts you when it rotates through its effects. And it doesn't provide anything unique. Sure, it has elemental damage instead of a specific element, but you're still walking away with net less damage rather than more because of the other penalties it gives you. And the loot luck can be acquired on other amulets. In fact, any other amulet can roll loot luck. So you can just roll double loot luck on a blue or a purple, and it's better because it has no downsides. Or you can use a Revote's amulet, which is a quest reward that always rolls double loot luck. And it's just better. I would never recommend Bradluck. You can die from one of the effects, you can't. Good time playing Wonderlands? Gasp. I know, it's illegal, right? Some people would have you believe that that's not possible. But, like, I love this game, and it's a good time. More Melba fun? Yes, fun. No one vote no. Stop it. Oops. Wait, we spin in Tonhammer? I can do that. I can spin too. Let's try spinning. That's a good trick. Oh, I spawned better. Epic Beyblade battle. Nightmare. Lovely. underestimated the damage of that spinner. Still love the Nightmare name. Never seen it before. It fits so well on other fantasy games. Yeah, it's cool. Nightmare's cool. The intro cutscene for Nightmare is also great. One called Danish. Hate you. That's too good. Alright, come on. Not a Melba, not a Melba, not a Melba. Let's go! So we're still only, what, 4 for 6? 4 for 7 for a Melba? Call that a win. What do the strikes offer over pixies? Strikes apply crossbolts. Strikes are simply guns. Like, they don't have any funky formula stuff. They're simply guns that persist without being in your hands. So they will apply the crossbolts. Pixies don't. Pixies are just stupid. They're just overpowered bundles of too much damage formula. But strikes are good utility. Hey, sub 5 on the Dreadwind build. Ooh, that's pretty good. Guess we got fast boss kills with this setup. I really like the Queen's Cry Taser for mobbing. That's really nice, because I can just get Executioner's Blade, like, all the time with that. I really like that. Yeah, I like that quite a bit. So I think that might have a permanent home on the build. So we pretty much rotate between 5 weapons here. We got a Queen's Cry for the underbarrel. We got a Fear Not for strikes, for melee crossbolts. We got Twisted Illusion. We got a Rapscallion. And we have a Tootherator. Roll melee weapons. Why Rapscallion? Because it can have a 40% blade. That is both the 15% blade and the 25% blade. So we hold that while we Dreadwind for 40% more melee damage. Hey, Funny Bones. How you doing? So we did get a good Snake Stick today. Yesterday we got good Assault and Battery. Does that mean we're on track today to get, like, a really good Twin Soul, really good Banshee? Really good Pickaxe? I'd like to see a rapper whose name is a play on Rapscallion. Would they just rap about cooking? Get out? I refuse. Got Ascended Twin Soul with Ancient Vampire? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. No weak 10k input, just be a Chad and input 50k in the predictions. Alright, so Leg of the Table said get out, it's my time to get out. That's gonna be it for stream today. We went a little longer because it started a little late, but thank you guys so much for hanging out. Tomorrow, hey Swin, hi Swin, bye Swin. But tomorrow will be more Wonderlands. We're gonna try and get as close as we can to that 1 billion gold goal. I might calculate the total of my my Dreadwind and my From the Shadows Frost Shivers, because I don't want to respec. I could respec one to be the other, but then I'd lose money. So I might just calculate the total across characters. Maybe. And that'll allow me to just play what I want to play while still making progress. I don't know, we'll see. But I do still want to get that 1 billion gold before the feature goes. Remains to be seen if I can have enough personal discipline, but it's certainly possible. Certainly possible. So I'll next be live tomorrow, somewhere in the 9 to 10 range AM Eastern time. Normally I try to go live closer to the 9 side, but today I've overslept for the first time in like 5 years. So, weird. Hopefully my body holds up well. Let's find somewhere for us to go. But, thank you so much. Let's go to Lazy. Let's go to Lazy. Raid message will be W, because my fucking W key barely works. So we'll do that. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I'll see you tomorrow. I gotta swap out my keyboard and do a bunch of shit. But stay cool. It's still ridiculously hot out there. Be safe and all that. Enjoy your stuff in the Wonderland. Spread the good word of the power of Dreadwind, the power of defensive skills, and Imelda sucking. In any order that you choose. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Special about the fish gimmick.